Sunday in Miami as we close out the final day of competition at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza with the 4th event for the elite teams. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Nikki Brazier on the competition floor. Here are your overall standings for the women. Coming into the day, it's Team BPN with a 5-point lead over the Daughters featuring Mal O'Brien, and the All-American girls with a 2-point lead over AKA Humble Killers. Now, we will be cutting down to 10 athletes after event number 5. So a lot of these teams have to get themselves up the standings in order to survive and compete in that 6th and final event. A lot of moving pieces here in event 4 presented by the U.S. Army. It's holds and climbs.
Holds and climbs. Every athlete is going to do their single set of rope climbs. 12 for the men, 10 for the women, while their other team holds an implement of either kettlebells, dumbbells, or a barbell. Once they are done, they will do a round of hang cleans. Athlete will go, shoulder overhead, and synchro thrusters. If they break at any time, there's a 6 front squat penalty.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier out at Bayside.
Hey guys, what we've seen so far in the last previous heats is that the holds seems to be the most complicated part or the trickiest parts for the athletes to get the standards right. Now the implements can be held, however, in a suitcase, in a front rack, or overhead, but when it comes to the kettlebell, that front rack position is very specific. The kettlebell must be in front of the shoulder, and a lot of athletes are trying to cheat it a little bit up on the shoulder or toward the back rack, but that is not allowed. So the kettlebell must be in front of the shoulder, and for the dumbbell, the front head of the dumbbell also must be in front of the shoulder.
Athletes trying to make things easier, Chase? I'm shocked.
Oh yeah, you know, Captain Loophole over here is trying to make it a touch easier. So this is taking strategic breaks, because if your team doesn't have a good stability capacity, don't run yourself into the red line in the first round. RIP grip. This is going to get super grippy for a lot of different reasons. The hangs, the holds, the rope climbs, as well as the movements that we have as well.
Lane assignments for the 3rd and final heat for the elite women. Leaders will be right in the middle of the floor. That's Team BPN in lane at number 8. AKA Humble Killers, they will be in lane 10. They are in 4th place overall. Obviously safe when it comes to the cut line, but we still have another event to go before we hit that. They have been extremely consistent. No finishes lower than 6th.
Which is necessary, because we've seen some teams just like kick one into the stands every once in a while. So consistency over obviously the course of what we have is multiple scored events for the day. And look, you're outside the podium. You always want to take chances to get inside the podium. But with a lot of the events that we have today, you have this really grippy gymnastics test with the barbell sync. We've got a heavy lift coming, and then some more synchro stuff to close things off. Is that if you've got something a bit in your wheelhouse, take a chance here. All AKA Humble Killers, you've got Gazan, Lowen, and Carrie Pierce. These are 2 athletes that have had a lot of success in rope climb events, particularly legless rope climb events, which means they have great upper body pulling strength and they have great grip. 2 things that I think are going to be very key as far as not trying to redline those 2 pieces.
Team BPN, they are your overall leaders. They will be in lane number 8. They're coming off an event win last night in sync up and squat, and they have not finished outside of the top 6 either, and have 3 finishes inside the top 3.
We saw last night they had the best of both worlds when you look at the gymnastics movements with the bar and the rings, and then you have the barbell work, which is a kind of, it's a very similar what we had last night, right? You have the gymnastics with the rope, and then you've got the barbell couplet.
There is Sarah Sigma's daughter. As she and the Spacers Angels are going to get set to take on this event. Joined in the booth now by the 5-time fittest man on earth and the guy behind HWPO, Matt Fraser. How you doing, man?
Good, good. Thank you guys for having me.
How's the experience been so far here for you as I guess a fan, right? Coach?
Yeah, fan, coach. You know, it's been phenomenal. I always enjoy my time down in Miami for WZA. It's just such a fun competition. There's something going on all day, every day.
Mal O'Brien, one of your athletes. I saw her Friday night, and I thought she looked like she could kill me with her bare hands.
Yeah, you know, been working on some weaknesses, and you know, she is as dedicated to the game as it comes, and she has made huge strides. So this competition was primarily focused on just having fun and being independent and figuring stuff out.
The final heat is underway. The time to beat, 17 minutes 50.25 seconds from Motown. They did that in the earlier heats. And we start with those 10 rope climbs while the other two athletes have to hold whatever implement they want.
Well, the individual has to do all 10. They can't switch out this part. This is the one part the individuals will be doing something on their own. And, you know, Matt, your time out, Mal, getting ready for the next season, off-season training, working on weaknesses. For yourself, you didn't really do any outside events more than you had to, whether it was like a qualifying event that you do like a Dubai or something like that, let alone a team event. With Mal as, you know, one of your athletes, what was that conversation like about coming here in the off season, different than maybe how you did things?
So, you know, Annie and Katrin knew that they were teaming up, and then they asked Mal. So, you know, she asked me, and I just, it was a no-brainer for me. I was like, absolutely do it. You know, these are two women that I don't think there's anyone else that has more experience than them. You know, they both have phenomenal resumes. They have all the experience that you can ask for. And Mal has looked up to them since she was, you know, a child.
That's cool.
And so I was like, this is a yes for so many different reasons. And, you know, it's so cool. Like, Mal, when she was 13, 14, used to sit in the parking lot with her dad for 4 hours every night after the games, waiting for games athletes to come out. And the one that she was waiting for was Katrin.
Oh, wow.
And so, you know, for her to get to train with her now and be friends with her, it's, you know, it just comes full circle.
Yeah.
It's the next generation coming up, and, you know, I want her to build the relationships with these two so that if she has questions down the road, you know, she has the resources.
Katrin Davis' daughter is on her rope climbs, aka Humble Killers. It was Alex Gazan on the rope climbs first. They are on the right side of your screen, and they are now getting set to get to work on their first set of synchro hang cleans. 48 reps they need to complete. It's synchro at the top for the rep to count.
And I like that just being the basic synchro standard as far as starting at the same time, being even through the middle. It's like, as long as the rep is consistent at the finish, I think that's a good standard for synchronized movements.
Yes, and given the fact that it's a team of three, so it's not like the two athletes can just face each other. Right. Someone's going to be blind to
somebody. And they're not allowed to face each other.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, keep it as simple as possible. Usually simple works best, and you know, the work's still getting done.
Yeah. And put one of those, you know, keys out there is like how much the grip is going to get taxed, and you look at the holds with the different implements, you look at the movements that we have, right? You know, hang power cleans is going to get super grippy. The one thing I saw coming in is that these ropes are a bit thinner diameter-wise than standard ropes we use in most competitions or in the gym.
Yeah, and the fact that it's not hanging on the floor, so now there's even less weight pulling down. So, you know, it's usually that first foot grip. You know, if athletes are used to being super aggressive with their bottom foot, it might throw them off and kick it out of the way. And it's not very often that we see this many rope climbs unpartitioned. And so usually, you know, people are only doing one or two at a time, so they can get away with being inefficient. They're fast, but they're inefficient. So it'll be interesting to see here by round 2 or 3. I'm willing to bet there's going to be some people here that inefficiency is going to catch up to them.
The AKA Humble Killers, Carrie Pierce in front, followed by Ariel Lone, and then Alex Gazan. They continue to lead. Spacers Angels, they were challenging for the lead, but now they have fallen back to 4th. And down in lane 1, the Kolesnikov team, they are now in 2nd place. The trio of Aizen Zarasova, Kamila Takieva, and Ksenia Trubetskaya.
You know, what I haven't seen a lot of is people rotating from bar, dumbbell, and kettlebell. Because personally, for me, is like, okay, there's a different grip fatigue on all 3 of these.
100%. Oh, we're seeing it here. And I think I saw Team BPN doing that transition.
BPN is now starting to sneak up in lane 8.
We got to think, like, between these 3, like, rank them worst to first as far as difficulty. But I'm thinking, like, grip-wise, probably barbell as being the least.
I would say dumbbell's probably going to be the hardest on the grip. Dumbbell's going to be the hardest on the grip. Barbell next, then kettlebell. But all 3 of them are still going to be very, very challenging.
The Kolesnikov team, they were the first to get back to their 2nd of 3 sets of 10 rope climbs. Kamila Takieva on the rope, I believe, for the Kolesnikov team.
The one thing you'll notice on the rope, and we talk about this with long straps on muscle ups, and if you just, we'll throw the engineering in there, but that length of rope, and they jump, and that rope extends about 6 inches once they land on it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of elasticity in there, so it can feel a little bit strange, but I think most of the people that are going to be on the floor right now I don't think it's going to throw them for too much of a whirl.
Daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. They have now moved into 3rd place on this second set of rope climbs. It's Annie Thorisdottir on the rope.
How's the training room been? I mean, you said earlier it's like Mal's been waiting for Catherine's autograph back in the day, and now you have them both training together in the same room.
I mean, it was very cool. I think Mal was a little bit nervous of bringing on some more athletes, but the first training session they hit it off. They're great friends. I think they stay in contact pretty well, but they just get along. They're two very like-minded, determined women, and I think they thrive off each other.
One thing we'll hear with getting a collective group of athletes together that are very competitive is you almost have to manage how hard they go against each other.
Yeah. We had a training camp up in Vermont, and we had a bunch of athletes in, and it's like nobody's in tip-top shape. That I heard it individually from every single athlete of like, I'm really nervous that we're going to have to go hard in this part of the season. And I had to, every morning start with, guys, it's the off season. Yeah. We're in December. We're not trying to go hard here. It's just let's just build a good team. Everyone get comfortable around each other, and let's just have some fun.
Team BPN, they have moved in front. Laura Horvath, Gabby McGowan in front there, along with Jamie Simmons in the back, and now they're going to make the transition.
I like that. I mean, just to switch up the grip, maybe the muscle fatigue in a certain specific group. I mean, it's still shoulder overhead, but different equipment taxes you differently when you go overhead. So that little rotation, that gets your little rest, a little different stimulus.
I mean, even just having your hands at a different angle, it's going to engage muscles a little bit differently, maybe use some new muscles. But, just having a good plan and being loud and clearly communicating. So, having some key words so that you can talk to the people behind you and communicate clearly so everyone's on the same page is going to be a big factor in this workout.
Team BPN continues to lead her on the synchro shoulder to overhead. After this, it'll be Gabby McGowan who goes to the rope climbs. And then it's the synchro thrusters. And there is Team BPN, now 18 reps shy of completing this set of 48.
Matt, for someone who's watching and talked about hand position changing kind of the movement pattern, maybe akin to, say, handstand push-ups, flat hands on the floor versus a parallel, changing that type of pressing stimulus?
Little bit. I even notice a difference even when I'm staying on the floor. And if I have my fingers pointed directly forward or pointed out to the sides, it changes how you're moving. So if you're deep into a set and you need a little recharge, change that finger angle, and you might squeeze out another couple reps.
It's like that last ditch effort is like, maybe if I just turn my hands out a little bit, I'll get those last couple.
Joined in the booth by 5-time fittest man on earth, Matt Fraser, for this final heat of women. Jamie Simmons gotten through that last one. They have 10 reps to go, and they are going to get some clarification from their judge before they get back to work here. The Daughters have moved into the lead on the right side of your screen. Kolesnikov team, you saw them a moment ago. They're down there in lane number 1. And now the Daughters are done. And they do have to send one athlete to the chess piece in order to officially close out the round. So Mal O'Brien takes care of that. And now she will move to the rope. What's the biggest difference you see between her now and when you first started working with her?
Probably confidence. And just the mentality of when she's in the gym. She's really growing into her own, and I could talk all day on how impressed I am with Mal. But I mean, even this, tail end of the workout, last one to go, she touches the ground. It's like there's a trampoline under her.
Well, and that was going to be assembling this in this type of format is you're going to put your workhorse at the end when you've already gone through all of this intensity and you need to be the fastest on the rope.
Yep.
So no surprise, I think, putting Mal here in this pretty good position for it.
Well, it's Mal O'Brien and Gabby McGowan squaring off here on this final set of rope climbs, and they started about a second apart. A time to beat, bottom left-hand part of your screen, 17 minutes, 50.25 seconds from Motown. The AKA Humble Killers, they are also on to their final set of rope climbs, along with the Kolesnikov team and the GoWod girls.
It's how difficult this rope starts to get after all the work they've done so far to this point, and you start to look at the feet and that little slip, and then that extra tax on the shoulders.
You know,
grip.
it's not only the extra tax. You know, say you come up, 2 inches shy of the target. Most of the time, athletes aren't re-gripping their feet to grab that 2 inches. They're doing an extra bicep curl to grab that. But then there's also the panic. You know, as soon as you realize there's that panic, your whole body tenses up as you do, a strict or a legless last couple inches. But for me, I know it's the spiked heart rate from the little bit of panic, like, oh no, I wasn't quite there. But yeah.
And now BPN is done, so Gabby McGowan wins that race. She'll head back to the barbell, dumbbells, and kettlebells, and it will be 48 synchro thrusters for her team. And Mal O'Brien closing out her set of 10.
Oh, gosh.
Synchro at the top here for the rep to count.
The one thing we got to think about is you look at Jamie Simmons on how she finished those last 10 push presses in that almost getting to shoulder failure. Now you have to finish, as she's the first one to put it down, to finish with a 48 thrusters at the end. It just seems like it's an entire game of managing, flirting with that line to all come down these last 48 thrusters.
BPN with 10 reps down and counting. Starting to open up a little bit of a lead here as Simmons and Horvath swap out. And then on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, AKA Humble Killers.
Humble Killers is cycling just a tad bit quicker than the other two. And in this position where you're facing the front person, the front athlete's going to dictate the pace. Obviously, you got to wait for the call, and you just have to have the trust that everyone behind you is following your lead to a certain extent.
Yeah, that stage is so loud. There's so many athletes out there, so you have to be loud. You need to know your key words and communicate clearly. Mal and the daughters, the first couple of reps looks like there was a bit of miscommunication, but they look like they're in a good flow now. So hopefully they can finish strong.
And once again, it's a packed house at Bayside here. There has not been an empty seat at this venue since we started on Thursday.
God, look at that. It's like 5 teams all synchronized for a couple reps.
Team BPN continues to lead here. They're through 30 of their 48 reps. The daughters through 21 of their 48. Here are your standings of the top 5 coming in. BPN with just a 5-point lead on the daughters. All-American girls, they sit there in third with 337 points, 2 points up on the AKA Humble Killers, and it's GoWod girls rounding out the top 5. After the next event, the field will be cut to 10 teams.
For a second there, I was, looking at 2 people we may look at back in August fighting for another top spot at the CrossFit Games.
It's no secret that with Tia not competing, everyone now turns their attention to Mal O'Brien. I'm sure she's aware of that pressure or aware of those expectations, how she's handling that.
It changes nothing for her. Once that announcement got made, I had a chat with her, and I found out the news, a couple months prior, and so I had a talk with Mal. I didn't share that secret. That wasn't my place to do that. But just letting her know, like, hey, we're doing what we're doing, regardless of who you're competing against. This is what you need to do, because these are your weaknesses, these are your strengths. So we're just getting better as best as you can be, regardless of who you're going against. So when the news came out, it was kind of like a 2-minute conversation, but that was about it.
Well, that will be it for Team BPN. They're going to pick up their second straight event win, 14:46.50 seconds. And Annie Thorisdottir, Mal O'Brien, and Katrin Davidsdottir will be second across the finish line, and that will be good for a second place overall finish in this event. AKA Humble Killers again have to be synchronized at the top, and it looked like Ariel Lowen, and now they're just all out of sorts here. Go Wad girls in second behind them on the floor, and now they get that rep counted.
I was wondering why they just put it down, start fresh, but then you realize that they're in their last rep or two. It's like, okay, understandable.
There are the Go Wad girls. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Emma McQuaid, and Sil Sigurdottir. And then on the left, that's a Kolesnikov team. Ayzen Zarasova, Kamila Takieva, and Xenia Trubetskaya. And it's going to be the Go Wad girls getting across the finish line ahead of the Kolesnikov team. About 4 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. So far, all the times and all the teams that have gotten across the finish line in this heat have beaten the time to beat from Motown. 17 minutes, 50.25 seconds. Kolesnikov team is getting set to be the next team across the finish line. And they are a team that right now is on the wrong side of that cut line, but they will have another event in which they get themselves inside the top 10, and this should help. Sixth place finish for them, 16:25.13 seconds. And now the girls are your leaders on the floor. That is Invictus down in lane 10.
I love that point of the team event where you just start grabbing people and just shoving them into position. It's like all communication
all pleasantries are out the window.
Exactly. It's like you here.
Fisa Gaffi, Christine Cullenbrander, and Alexis Raptis closing things up. And they will take 7th place in the event, 16:55.38, so nearly a minute faster than the top time from the prior heat.
Take this time to apologize to my teammate Tim Payne back in 2017 when I threw you onto the ground for worm-facing burpees. We have 3 more.
You do what you got to do.
Get on the ground.
Queens of the North are in, and Spacers Angels are in. And now the Misfits with Lady Bits. So all 12 teams that have finished in this heat, or 11 teams, pardon me, have gotten in ahead of the winning time that Motown had in their heat. Now Best Buds and Scuds are done, and we have less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. The 2 teams are left, Invictus and Invictus Chicks. And every time I look up, it seems like you guys are adding something to HWPO. I know you just announced HWPO Golf. What are plans you have in the future for additions that you can share?
We have lots of fun stuff coming down the pipeline. I don't think we're able to talk about too much, but yeah. You should always have one eye on, because we have some fun stuff coming. And
Matt, please share all your intellectual property on this live.
Yeah,
we are,
you got to try.
We finally moved headquarters. In about 3 weeks, we're moving headquarters out of my living room and into an official building. So
wow! All right, congratulations.
The daily process of having a dozen people in our kitchen and living room with the laptops open is hopefully going to end.
It's that moment in time in the team event where I just wish the cap was 17 minutes if I were out there. I was like, can you just
save me?
Just please. It's like we're already here. Can we just call it what it is right now? I don't want to do 10 more thrusters.
So Med Girls also out on the floor. It's Elisa Fuliano in the front, talking to her teammates. Now we have 20 seconds remaining before we hit the time cap. And the Invictus chicks are in. But it's BPN. They're going to pick up their second straight event victory. 14:46.50 seconds. 10 seconds faster than the Daughters, the team that is right behind them in the overall standings by just 5 points coming into this event.
Coming in, you had to see, you got to stay in sync. The judges were on top as far as being in synchro at the top. This round one was those hang cleans. You can see Gazan keeping things in charge there. Sarah calling reps in the back, and Matt, as you said, it's just so loud out there. You almost have to just trust that everybody's doing their job out on the floor. But for as long as this event was and how many different things we're doing, that race that we had between BPN and Daughters all came down to that last round. That shoulder overhead in the middle. And that was the thing I was worried to see if Jamie Simmons would would bounce back from, because once you get to that position, there's really not a lot of time to recover from that. Open the back door, or open the door back for the Daughters with Mal O'Brien anchoring there on the last 12 rope climbs. But BPN on the left were able to just get a little bit ahead, but still first and second place between your top two teams. Not a lot of points discrepancy with the lifting event coming up. A lot of changes are still on the horizon.
Unofficial results for event 4, and the top 10 scores come out of this final heat. Nobody faster though than Team BPN. Second straight event win for them, and they are with Nikki Brazier.
Ladies, there were so many different ways that you could have sliced and diced this workout. How did you approach who was going where, when to switch, all of those variables?
We practiced half of this workout a few days ago, so we had like an idea how it's gonna feel. And it's really funny because we find out like maybe 1 minute before we went out here that we have actually 10 rope kinds instead of 12. So when we heard that, we had like this extra boost of confidence and energy. Like, okay, it's no pain signal. We have to just go for it. Yeah.
Say what?
Our plan went out the window a little bit, and who knows how many reps we did. Just go till you can't go no more.
Now we're going to move from this to max effort lifts. Did you ladies predetermine who was going to do which lift, or does how this workout shook out affect that?
We're pretty sure how we're going to do it. But, you know, we might change our mind and warm up, so we'll see.
Well, best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Team BPN, second straight event win as they head into event 5 with a lot of momentum here. Matt, thanks so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the season. And
always a pleasure.
Looking forward to seeing what you guys have in store at HWPO.
Thank you, guys.
Finally, for the men, coming up next. Jam-packed crowd on hand here at Bayside on Sunday at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza, the final day of competition. Second and final day of action for the elite teams. Your overall standings for the men coming into this event, it's Canadian PB&J, 7 points up on the boys. The Team GoWad, they sit in third by 5 points over King BK and friends. Again, we are cutting down to 10 teams after event 5, so the teams on your screen right there all need to work their way inside the top 10 in the next 2 events in order to take part in event 6. Holds and climbs presented by the U.S. Army.
Holds and climbs and a whole lot of grip. You got 12 rope climbs that each individual will take per round. So athlete 1, 2, and 3 will do all of the climbs, while the other 2 are holding one of the implements at the bottom between the kettlebell, dumbbell, and barbell. Once they are done with the climbs, the team will collectively do 48 hang power cleans, 48 shouldered overhead, and 48 thrusters each round respectively.
Let's send it down to the competition floor with Nikki Brazier.
It is really coming down to a breakdown of communication down here. That, over the last few heats, has been really the make or break point for many of these athletes and teams when it comes to making sure that their reps are clean. Several of the athletes have told me it's really difficult to hear each other down here. The music is loud, the crowd is great, but it's super loud, and so they're making sure to keep an eye on their judge for those clean rep notes.
Ingredients for success presented by Trifecta are.
And we got to take strategic breaks, and we saw that come into play on the 48 reps of either the cleans overhead and the thrusters, and then the grip. It is going to get super grippy, and one of those unknown elements was actually the thickness of the rope, which makes that grip a little bit harder to do.
Here are your lane assignments. Now, the Smith Bros will not be in lane 6. They have withdrawn from the competition, so they will not be out on the floor, but Canadian PB&J, they will be. They are in lane number 8, your overall leaders. 15 teams here on the floor, and there is Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson's team, King, BK, and friends.
We got guys that are deceptively good at gymnastics because of the highlights that they have. You see Tola, known for his massive lifts out on the competition floor. BKG as well. He's so good at both. And Con Porter, and that's a team that can, I think, has the best of both worlds when it comes to this event.
We are underway. Joined in the booth by the 2-time fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros. How are you, man?
No, doing awesome. Thanks for having me on.
It's got to be a fun experience for you to not have to worry about competing and be a fan. What's the past 4 days been like for you?
Oh, it's been so good. I mean, I competed at Wodapalooza for 4 years. I mean, I was only in the elite division for 1 and didn't do as good as everyone thought I would. But yeah, I mean, it's been awesome to be here. The community is unreal, and it's just like the atmosphere is unlike any other event.
We talk about the atmosphere for the athletes, and the big discussion, what was exciting for fans was this team competition and how it's shaking out. I know you're having fun. It's been fun to watch and celebrate. A team competition like this, is there like, you got 2 buddies you might want to tackle this with a group one day?
No, 100%. I mean, this year, actually, I had a team put together.
I was going to say a little FOMO, maybe?
No, I was gonna go out and sadly, one of my teammates, Sun Chang, actually tore his Achilles, so I wasn't able to come out here and compete. But man, it's definitely something on my list. I think next year I'll be able to get a team together and get out here and have some fun.
Oh, you might got a little pull, I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
There's Jeff Adler for Canadian PB&J, the first man on the rope climbs for his team, King, BK, and friends. They are trading the lead right now with Team Panchik, Team Gowad, Zeus and the Dogs. Good dudes up there as well.
Adler.
There's Jason Hopper hopping up there.
Well, Adler was having a bit of trouble getting that first foot grab on the base of the rope, and if the ropes aren't anchored at the bottom, they swing, but it's not uncommon to have that in most gyms and most competitions to have that luxury. But the length of the rope is one thing. The width of the rope, it's slightly narrow diameter than the standard rope you have in the gym or a CrossFit competition. And so efficiency in these climbs is a big part of moving through this event.
Team Panchik, they're the first ones on to the synchronized hang cleans, 48 reps. Spencer Panchik, Jacob Hepner, and Tudor Magda.
Justin, I was talking to Matt earlier, is if you had to rank your best implement or one you'd want to use between the 3 to your worst of 1, 2, and 3.
Man, I think that definitely on that barbell is probably the most simplest thing to move back and forth, especially like you get that bounce off the thighs, which a lot of athletes are doing, which makes the movement just super consistent. Whereas you get down to like the kettlebells and dumbbells, and like your legs feel like they're getting in the way. You see some athletes going in the middle, some on the outside. It's kind of hard to get comfortable with those things. And I think definitely the grip definitely comes more of a factor on, especially something like a kettlebell, because it's not something you can really hook grip.
Are you between the dumbbell, the kettlebell hang power clean guy, or outside the hip hang power clean?
I know. I feel like on kettlebells, I would go in between the legs, but dumbbells on the outside. That's what I have to think about before we got out there. It looks like that's what most people are getting up to, so I feel like that's where I'd probably be.
Well, Team Panchik continues to lead, but Canadian PB&J in the red, Pat Vellner and Jeffrey Adler, they're on your screen right now. They're creeping up, as are Zeus and the Dogs and Team Gowad. So we've got the Open a month away. When do things get kicked back into gear for you, or have they already been kicked back into gear?
Oh, I mean, I think like all year we're kind of trying to work on those weaknesses, improve, but definitely on the first of the year starts coming around, the Open just kind of, you start getting that Open itch, it's right around the corner, especially this year where it's, I feel like it's bumped up a couple weeks this year, so the Open's like almost a month away from now, so it's, we're in it now, kind of get ready for that, but it's just an awesome event to kind of kick off the year. It's definitely a competition, we want to do better than we did last year, but just such a good like community event, get to have fun, it's just an awesome way to kick off the season.
Team Panchik threw 35 of their 48 reps. Canadian PB&J right there with them, and now Canadian PB&J taking the lead. as Jacob Hepner, Tudor Magda, and Spencer Panchik switch on the implements. You can divide this up however you want. You can switch whenever you want. The synchronization, though, needs to be at the top of the rep. Canadian PB&J on the right side of your screen.
Now, facing everyone in the same direction is a unique challenge to already unique test of synchronized movement. And we said before, it's like there's a lot of trust with the front two athletes because the back athlete can see them. The back athlete could call the rep, but it's so loud out there. There's so many people, the judges, and a lot of that has to do with game plan. Okay, what's the plan? What's our rep scheme? Are we going to break things up? Are we going to do 4 sets of 12 and then rotate or take a break? And you just got to hope that everybody's pulling their weight when it comes to this synchronized part of the event.
There goes Jacob Hepner. He will be the first man to begin his team's second set of rope climbs. And now it's going to be Vellner heading to the rope for Canadian PB&J, Jeffrey Adler on the barbell, and it's Brent Fikowski on the kettlebells.
You see the two athletes that are not on the rope climb portion, you can see in the bottom right part of your screen, will be holding basically a weight of their choice between the three. We don't often see a lot of people choose the dumbbell version for this hold. It's usually barbells and kettlebells. And if they break at all, meaning if they come down, there's a 6 front squat penalty. But you can hold it either in the top rack position, or if you see Jeffrey Adler on the bottom right in the red shirt, he's holding it in the deadlift position.
Jacob Hepner and Team Panchik, they continue to lead, but down in lane 13, Zeus and the Dogs, Ricky Garrard is making quick work of these rope climbs, and his team is starting to put some pressure on Team Panchik. What was it like battling with him at the games last year?
Man, I mean, that definitely Ricky had an awesome performance. I mean, from event one, I mean, wearing the leader jerseys for, I think, almost 8 or 9 events was just something that was super impressive. I mean, the guy definitely has some home run events for him. Especially to see him come out here in the individual competition and team event, team competition. Definitely a big, long weekend, lots of volume, and still out there to really compete really well.
That leader jersey ever feel a little heavier when you put it on the CrossFit Games?
Oh, definitely.
Become a little bit of like a weighted blanket, little extra pressure.
That's for sure.
Just a big bullseye on it.
It's like, why did it have to be white and red? Exactly. It looks like a bullseye. You actually look at Ricky Garrard's rope. Look right there in the middle. It's really frayed in between, and this is already a thin rope to begin with, and that fraying is actually squeeze in the diameter, and if you get a bad hand position there, it could throw you off enough. I mean, for 12 rope climbs and just having that little speed bump in the middle.
Team Panchik and Zeus in the Dogs, the first two back for now their 48 reps of synchro shoulder to overhead, and same rules apply on this as the hang cleans. The synchronization is at the top. Upper right-hand part of your screen, that's Zeus and the Dogs, Tim Paulson, Matt DeLugos, and now Ricky Garrard on the barbell.
Now, this is when you see that compounding effect of the holds really start to come into play, because if you've been holding that bar in that rack position for, the climbs are taking around 2 minutes or so to get 12 done, sitting there in that static hold position and then having to go into a shoulder overhead, I'm sure is not the most enjoyable or easy experience.
Yeah, definitely, especially with everybody having to sync up all at once at the top. I mean, you can't just move through those reps at your own pace. You're definitely kind of having that extra pause at the top of each rep too, just to make sure you're not getting any no reps in this workout.
Zeus and the Dogs just saw 11th place overall, so right now they are on the wrong side of the cut line, but they're only 1 point back of Training Culture Team for 10th. Top 10 teams after the next event will move on to the 6th and final event tonight at Flagler. Tim Paulson on the barbell, it's Matt DeLugos on the dumbbells, and now Ricky Garrard moves to the back on the kettlebells.
Your pace setter is going to be on the barbell. It's the only athlete both partners can see to keep the pace. Obviously, probably want to let Ricky be the pace setter in the back and just wondering if he's actually doing his reps while you're all facing the same direction.
joined in the booth by the two-time fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros. And usually when I see you, you got about 8 or 9 people in tow. Is the crew here or not?
No, the crew's actually not here this weekend. It's one of the few competitions that came out last year, but yeah, no, we've been out in Boise this year. My family's been making a bunch of trips out there. Got a new house and setting up the new Rogue Gym this week, so it should be pretty fun.
You
Definitely
can come home
excited.
to some fun then.
Oh yeah, 100%.
The Canadian PB&J has now moved into the lead ahead of Zeus and the Dogs and Team Panchik. They are through 42 of their 48 reps. They are your top team in the overall standings. They have a 7-point cushion on the boys. The team on the right side, you can see Chandler Smith on the kettlebells for that team, and they moved into 5th place right now in the heat. It's going to be Brent Fikowski, the last man onto the rope. After this, it's the 48 synchronized thrusters.
Having Fikowski go at the end is one of the most meticulous and technical athletes, and we said earlier is that having proficiency in the rope climb is huge when it comes to not only just volume, but fatigue. And so if you have really good technique on the rope, it can offset a bit of that muscle fatigue when it comes to the high volume rope climbs.
We got Team Panchik, Canadian PB&J, and Zeus and the Dogs. It's Spencer Panchik, Pat Vellner, and Tim Paulson. And now, not a drop. It's not a drop. It didn't hit the ground. So Tudor Magda is okay there. And we have yet to see anybody get penalized for dropping one of these implements.
It happened in the earlier heats, but you know, these athletes might be a little bit better when
well, the time to beat is 18 minutes, 20.66 seconds from Michigan-made Black.
So watch Fikowski in the center part of your screen in the red shirt, that descent. That is something that I feel like is the final frontier for athletes to really maximize the speed and efficiency of their rope climbs. You know, Justin, yourself is that, you know, growing up in the sport, learning new things. That, I think, is one of those final pieces for a lot of athletes that are trying to learn how to, one, speed up the rope climb because the descent takes time, obviously, but the fatigue and the grip, if you can't just lower yourself. Is that something that you have or have been working on?
Yeah, no, definitely 100%. I mean, especially when you get to watch two athletes go side by side, you get to really see some of the differences in the techniques. And a lot of the times, I mean, everyone's going up the rope with the same amount of speed, but it's kind of, especially when you get to those 12 reps, it really becomes on, like, starts to get to efficiency. I mean, 5 reps, a lot of these athletes can handle themselves, but when you get into double that, getting those double digits, man, you really got to be proficient because you just don't want to be standing around in this workout.
And we had a penalty in lane 13. It's my turn for the announcer, James.
Yes.
If someone drops a piece of equipment, all 3 athletes have to go back and perform 6 front squats. So that's why Tim Paulson had to interrupt his work on the rope and join his teammates for those 6 front squats. Now he is back to work. So Zeus and the Dogs falling back to 5th place now as Team Panchik and Canadian PB&J, they have moved on to the thrusters. 48 synchro reps.
Now this is the first time they've been getting to the weightlifting portion before PB&J. More time in the first 2 rounds, but where PB&J has made up their time has been here on the weightlifting implement. So the advantage was the rope climbs for Team Panchik. Now, not quite as much, although they did make up ground, right? Fikowski got to the rope first, followed by Team Panchik. So you have the 2 different strengths between these teams, between the rope climbs and the weightlifting portion.
The Canadian PB&J, they are through 13, now 14 reps and counting. They had the lead over Team Panchik. The good dudes are in 3rd.
See, Vellner's, they're having a discussion about their grip, and your grip's going to get taxed in different ways. And I know we're not doing pulling movements with the thruster, but just sitting in that front rack position or those dumbbells rotating around on your shoulders, like that is a different kind of grip fatigue movement, even though we're not doing any actual pulling.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, every single movement in this whole workout, the rope climbs, the barbell, the dumbbell, the kettlebells, you're always holding on to something. Just doesn't really give too much time for your grip to recover. So the only time you really have to rest is when everyone's not working, and that's not just where you want to be in this workout.
You just saw the good dudes, Jason Hopper, taking a break on the barbell. They moved into 3rd place right now in the back half of this event. This is the final set.
Looked like Vellner on the right side said he set a 6, I believe. That's 2 reps.
Team Panchik on the left side of your screen is starting to cut into the lead. Tudor Magda, Jacob Hepner, and Spencer Panchik. Now, originally, all 3 Panchik brothers were supposed to be on the floor, and then Jacob got subbed in for Saxon, and then earlier this week, it was Tudor Magda getting subbed in for Scott. Canadian PB&J should be back in the lead after this rep. Still plenty of time to go before we hit the time cap, and we still have 4 minutes to go before we hit the prior top time to beat from Michigan-made Black of 18:20.66. What is next on your list after Wodapalooza?
Man, we're just gearing up for the Open now. I mean, it's crazy. You always felt like after Wodapalooza you had like a good amount of time before the Open, but now it's a month away. It's definitely fun coming here and watching though. I mean, you get to see all these athletes compete, and especially everybody in all divisions. It just really gets you fired up for the year, for the season, and kind of see where you were at compared to last year for the Open.
So we did not have a team finish. That was an incorrect score that you saw at the top of your screen. These are still your 2 leaders that we just had, PB&J and Team Panchik. And these are your standings coming in. Canadian PB&J with just a 7-point lead over the boys, the team on the right side of the screen. That's Travis Mayer in the back, and then Noah Olson. And then the Smith brothers in 5th place. They have withdrawn. It's going to be Team Panchik. They get across the finish line, 15:14.65 seconds for the event win. And now Canadian PB&J, they are across. They look to hang on to the overall lead and should gain points on the boys. Oh, good dudes. They are the leaders on the floor. That's their final rep. Hopper, Sprague, and Pepper are in.
They needed that because they're right outside the cut line of 12th place after day number 1. So they needed a good finish here, partly because of the lifting event that we have coming up. You know, they're not quite set up to have the strongest team in the field, so when you get an opportunity to get some points to put yourself in a better position, you got to take advantage of that.
That's Team Gowad in lane 7, Jake Crouch, Willie George, and Roman Krennikov. And Zeus and the Dogs, they are now just 4 reps away from finishing. Getting a little out of sync and now getting sorted. Again, it just has to be synchroed at the top, and Zeus and the Dogs are in. Ricky Garrard, Matt DeLugos, and Tim Paulson. And now here comes Team Gowad. Zeus and the Dogs, 16:36.89 seconds. Team Gowad, 16:44.20 seconds. And then here are the boys who are defending champions in this division. They came in 2nd place overall, and they may fall out of the top 3. Now over to King BK and friends. A little surprising to see them in the back here.
Well, and just that one rep, and you know, Khan dropped the bar almost before he even locked it out. So I'm curious to see if something's going on with Con Porter. I know he had that little bit of an elbow thing in Dubai back in December, where he had to withdraw after the lifting event. And it was before the dumbbell thruster event, just because, you know, a dumbbell thruster, I think more than the other 3 that you have, is definitely more compressing in that elbow position, say, than a kettlebell or a barbell.
Yeah, definitely. You're pretty much holding the full weight of the dumbbells, like kind of in your hands. It's really hard to kind of let it sit. You might have to like really get your elbows nice and high and almost sit nice on the back. But definitely, I think one of the hardest movements out of the 3.
Tolomoro Kinyu just burying the depth on that squat, leaving no doubt. as they're trying to get it inside the time cap. We have 90 seconds to go here. There's still plenty of teams left working as we approach the time cap. About half the field is still out there. That's the lads. But King BK and friends cutting down to 10 teams after the next event. They were 4th place overall. And a lot of the teams that they were ahead of, in the overall standings have finished. King BK and friends, Bjorgen Carl Gudmundsson still looking to stay alive inside that top 10. They should be okay, but they will slide down the standings a bit. And now Le Boys. And that's 3 Wizards. We have 30 seconds remaining, 20-minute time cap. You can see the clock in the upper part of your screen there on the competition floor. 3 Wizards on the thrusters, along with the lads, Omnia Training Culture, and the Mayhem Avengers. And now 10 seconds left, 4 reps to go for the 3 Wizards. And that is the time cap.
Oh, man. Snipers everywhere.
Yeah, but it's Team Panchik that's going to get the event win, 15:14.65 seconds, and they got 2 guys on their team that weren't even supposed to be here this weekend competing.
Well, I think that's the fun part of Wodapalooza is like, hey, we need another. Does anybody in the stands that is here having some fun want to join the team? Surprised this guy behind me didn't get a phone call.
I know. You said, why did they ask you?
Yeah, I know. I guess not cool enough, you know.
Yeah, so right off the bat, Team Panchik right there in the middle, but just the carnage of the weights started early, and it started with the first round of the weightlifting movement that was the hang power cleans. And then as Team Panchik got to the rope, this is where their speed was for the team for the first few rounds. But to put them in contention, Ricky Garrard, now when he got to the rope, this is when they took the short lead. We had so many lead changes in this heat, including PB&J, and it was this second round of shoulder overhead that actually put them ahead of Team Panchik. A little bit of a communication with them, and that was just deciding, it's like, hey, we got to change the rep scheme, holding at the top. You see Spencer putting it up overhead, and Panchik just holding that bar till everyone gets in sync, and that was enough to just get ahead of PB&J.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
The first thing I need to ask you guys about is communication, because we saw the breakdown across so many teams, given how difficult, how loud it is down here, how many different elements there were. What was your communication plan for this one?
The guy in the back spoke the most. That was Spencer. So Spencer would say up, and then we'd all curse his name when he said it.
And did it go according to plan, or how did it go?
I don't know. Ask Tudor. I think Tudor should talk. What do you think, Tudor? Do you think it went according to plan?
Tudor, how did this go for you? Did it all go according to plan?
It was good, just finding ways to breathe and, yeah, hammering the rope climbs at the beginning to give us a little buffer. So it was fun, super fun.
Now, Tudor, you're the only one on this team that went individual as well as now being on the competition floor. So how is your body holding up?
Okay. I mean, my legs are a little shot, but, you know, this is really fun. So, I mean, once you're on the competition floor competing, everything shuts off and it's just go time.
How much time you had before you joined our team?
Oh, yes. How much time did you have before you decided to join this wonderful team here?
These guys can attest to it. I was like, am I in? Am I out? It took me like 45 minutes to decide, but eventually, about 30 minutes before we went on the floor, I was like, okay, I'll do it.
Okay, so as the only OG team member, what has it been like for you with all these swaps, trying to figure out who your teammates were going to be for this?
You know, Zach, Scott, just hanging out with my brothers. That's Tudor and I might have to shave our heads, though.
That's right. That's right. We'll get some team synchronicity going on here. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Wait, so you're telling me that wasn't Scott Panchik on the left?
Yeah, this is now news to me. Justin, thanks so much for taking some time to hang out, man, and have a great time the rest of the time here in Miami, and looking forward to seeing you in the season.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Say hi to the folks and the family for us.
100%.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll head over to Tina Hills for Event 5. That'll get going at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. But we always talk about the environment here and the great fan experience, and Tommy Marquez has a closer look at that.
All right, I'm here inside the Podium booth alongside Paul Haverland, founder and CEO of Podium Nutrition. Paul, Podium is the official sports nutrition partner for Wodapalooza. First things first, how did that partnership come about?
Yeah, so when we launched last year, at the end of 2021, our first big kind of coming out party was here at Wodapalooza in January of 2022. So we're running it back this year, bigger, better in 2023, and trying to continue to do that. This festival community is just so amazing here.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such different vibes, so we're chasing those vibes here as well.
And speaking of vibes, there is a special vibe here, and I know that you guys got something special that you released just for this event.
Yeah, so the Hydro and Salt Miami, Hydro and Salt WZA Miami, what it is, it's kind of a nondescript flavor, but when you kind of get into it, it's a spicy pineapple margarita.
Ooh, yeah, all right.
Touch, a little lime touch.
Yeah.
It's good, a little cayenne on the backside.
A little sweet and spicy action.
Spicy, different than what you would typically do for a daily driver, but like a little good offset from a typical product.
Now I know Podium's still a young company comparatively, but you guys have made a big splash so far. What are some other things that you guys are doing to activate with the community here?
Yeah, so obviously we're doing meet and greets with our athletes consistently throughout the weekend. We're doing exclusive T-shirt drops with different personalities. Matt Fraser and HMPO will do something here tomorrow, which is like pretty big. We're getting out doing workouts in the mornings at different locations, and there's the Podium Pancake Breakfast on Sunday morning.
Nice.
And with a workout prior to that, so yeah, we're everywhere.
I love it. I see a shark back there. Are you gonna hop on that thing?
The bull shark, yeah. The Podium bull shark is dangerous business. So come by, if you can stay on for more than 15 seconds, you get an extra, maybe a shaker cup, an extra discount. It's fun. Come try it.
Awesome, Paul. Thanks for chatting, and I'm gonna have to go check this out and give it a try.
I can't be stopped.
Power in CrossFit isn't just some strange alchemy. In truth, it's a formula that works. It's the formula for everything we do, from forging elite fitness to preventing and reversing chronic disease. It's the inputs that give us the outcomes, the results that have revolutionized an industry and changed millions of lives across the world for the better.
Here at Proven, we strive to be the best in every facet. So when we created our gym, we knew we had to have the best for our flooring. We needed flooring that could withstand the hardest training sessions. We needed the flooring to be durable and reliable. Time and time again, Surface Co finds themselves being used at the highest levels of competition. So Proven had no doubt that Surface Co was the floor for us.
can't be stopped. I put in the work. I'm holding my crown. I never back down. I never back down.
Roger Jukic looks like he's going to get it. Dragon delivers. Marquise leads. He's Ellie Turner is going to take heat number one. His first event win here. Roman Krennikov.
We are soldiers who raise the bar, united by a common cause, bonded by a love of fitness, ready at a moment's notice to take down the competition. We don't strive to meet the standard. We are the standard. We don't imagine what's possible. We create plans to make it possible. We don't settle for ordinary. We push beyond to be extraordinary. We are competitors and we are warriors. We are soldiers and we raise the bar high.
It's Sunday Fun Day in Miami, the final day of competition here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. And of course, if it's Fun Day, it means heavy barbells. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is out there at Tina Hills as we get set for event 5. 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
A little bit different than the individuals did a few days ago. And you have one athlete doing a 3-rep max overhead squat. Athlete 2, 2-rep max front squat. And athlete 3, a 1-rep max shoulder to overhead. Only 2 attempts per athlete.
And when it comes to ingredients for success, you've got to be able to add.
I mean, listen, like, just do the math. Hey, what's your lift, your lift, your lift? We'll add them up. That's the best total that we have. Now, play the game. It's not necessarily about the breaks, but it's being aware of what other people are lifting to see what jump you should make for lift number 2.
There will be 7 teams lifting on the stage in this first heat for the women's teams. And again, we are cutting down to 10 teams after this event. So a lot of the teams in these early heats especially have to do a ton of work to get themselves inside the top 10 if they want to move on to the final event tonight that will be held over at Flagler as we close out the competition for the elite teams of 3.
Starting things off with that 3-rep max overhead squat. And what's funny is that we jokingly were talking about, like, hey, you do this, I do this, and Tommy does this. And that's exactly what it is. There are strong suits in niche lifts. An overhead squat is a unique test for 3 heavy reps. So someone fits that mold perfectly on your team. The same thing for the shoulder to overhead. Those are going to be really the 2 lifts that are huge separators for a lot of these teams here in these teams at 3s. Where the front squat, you're not going to see as much difference from person to person as you would on the other 2.
So far, the heaviest weight that we see on the floor is CrossFit Hype. Tara Demers with 200 pounds on the barbell.
Now keep in mind, there's a 30-second clock, and the lift has to be done within that 30 seconds.
So 200 for CrossFit Hype and Tara Demers to take the lead in the overhead squat portion. So now we move on to the 2-rep front squat. The teammates can help you load the weights. There's a 45-second window in which for them to do that. Then after that, the 2 teammates who are not lifting will retreat back to the starting mat.
CrossFit's version of a NASCAR pit cruise. What we have going on.
Katie Canning is going to be up, it looked like, for CrossFit Hype to follow Tara Demers for the front squat.
And one thing to think about too is that in the 30-second window, if they do get it, the athlete lifting can change the weight and try again, but still, it's not a lot of time. I doubt we'll see a lot of weight changes mid-lift.
Kelsey Keel in the orange in the middle of your screen going for 275.
Okay, that's a big jump.
And that was no problem.
I'll be the athlete coming up and I'm like, now please take the yellows off.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Well, now they have to wait until the window is done before they can change the weights.
Now I did see one athlete at the bottom is that you have to lift in a certain area too, Sean. So you see that pink line behind. I saw a team at the bottom that they did 2 front squats in front of the line they were supposed to do, so the judge made them go back and do 2 more.
We will do our best to keep you updated on the totals. With that lift, Team Fleo, we just saw Kelsey Keel at 275, 470 total pounds.
And we have 1 rep.
Well, that's CrossFit Hype in lane 2. Kayla Stefano will hit that lift. We're being told that's 235 on the barbell for her.
Now for Kayla, the hardest part of that lift to me looked like just unracking the bar itself. And One of those things you might not have thought about coming in, but you see is you can change the weight, but can you change the rack height as well? There's not enough time.
And there's only 2 attempts here, so usually you get 3, and that allows you to kind of build up a little bit. So now you got to make that jump that you would usually make on your 3rd lift.
And when we look at the ingredients for success, math, obviously, no-brainer. But that's where the game comes into play. 2 lifts is obviously not a lot, but that is a hard thing to manage. And really, the number one thing a team needs to do is to get a number on the board. A 50% lift from, say, your 1 rep max potential is still more than 0. So you got to make sure you get something on the board and something close enough that you're really comfortable going for.
CrossFit Hype on the left, Team Fleo on the right. And we're back to the 3 rep max overhead squat. 210 for Tara Demers, and she drops it. And 215 for Team Fleo is good.
And you talk to a lot of people trying to max out an overhead squat, and oftentimes you'll hear that the hardest part for some people is just getting the bar over their head to do the squat itself.
This Team Savage in lane 6. I believe that was Elena Savage on the lift there. Now here comes Kelsey Keel, who hit 275 on her first attempt.
Sean, we have
so 300 pounds on the barbell for Kelsey Keel here.
Now it's wild is that we've seen 275 if we're getting the info right by another team. In fact, they're tied in total poundage with MZA.
Oh. Team Savage on the right with 295 on the barbell. Kelsey Keel not able to hit that 2nd rep.
And that 1st rep looks so easy. Now her 1st rep looked great, but on that 2nd one, so it's okay, watch your midline on the 1st rep. Watch your hips tilt right underneath in the middle bottom part. She lost that midline, and once that goes at that weight, it's deck of cards, because I mean she's lifting so much weight. Nicely stacked in her midline on the 1st rep, but once you saw her lose that position, that wasn't a strength deficiency, that was a positional lift. A lot of times we'll see athletes get buried because it's more weight than they can handle, or they're not in a good position to have a successful lift, and that was a positional miss.
Lindsey Grass is in lane 6. She's got her hands on the barbell. Now we go back down to lane number 2, CrossFit Hype.
No, Sean, I just got word that as long as the lift starts before the 30 seconds, they can continue in the 30 seconds.
There's Kayla Stefano is on the left. On the right, Team MZA at WZA. And that lift is good for Ashley Shoemaker. And Kayla Stefano nails that. 3, 2, 1, that lift made Chase spit up his coffee.
It's a good lift.
This is Kayla Stefano with her shoulder to overhead.
Good breath in, belly tight. I really like that short dip. A lot of times we'll see athletes who are not confident in what they do dip a bit lower. I'm going to load up my legs even more, and it's quite the opposite. Keep that dip tight so that rebound you have out of the bottom really drives into the bar.
Well, unofficially, that was 255. We'll have to check on that, but unofficially for Kayla Stefano, 255 on that lift, and then we'll total everything up and see who the leaders are here. You roll out the heavy barbells, and you're going to get a crowd at any CrossFit event.
So I got the pleasure of just watching the individual competition, and there was I had to walk all the way into the back, and I'm not the shortest person in the world. I can see over, and it was so hard to find a viewing seat here at Tina Hills. And that's the cool part really about Wodapalooza, is that there's multiple stages. We've got Flagler, we have Bayside, and we talk about Bayside and Flagler a lot. Tina Hills is such an intimate setting in this outdoor amphitheater setup. It's just a grass hill. It's, you know, usually it's made for concerts and people are just relaxing here in the stands, and this is a unique environment where I think the venue also dictates the vibe that people have out here at Tina Hills.
Well, Event 5 continues here for the elite teams of 3 for the women on Sunday at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. We are over at Tina Hills. We are glad you were with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is down there on the stage at Tina Hills. It's 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Here come the heavyweights.
Another event we saw earlier to start the weekend was putting athletes in the best position to succeed, but we have it here on the lifting portion. We have a 3-rep max overhead squat, a 2-rep max front squat, and a 1-rep max shoulder to overhead. 2 attempts only. Keep it simple, Sean. Just do the math. Who's the best at what? All right, tattle it up. That'll be our biggest total as a team. But on the second round, play the game. Maybe I don't want to take the 30-pound jump. Maybe you don't need that because I watched what the other team did. Maybe having a fourth person on the team, like a coach, seeing where everybody is at to dictate what jumps we should make in the event.
7 teams will be on the stage here for Heat 2 of 5. And again, cutting down to 10 teams after this event. So the teams in these early heats are the ones that really need to swing for the fences in order to keep themselves alive, possibly move into the top 10 and participate in the 6th and final event tonight.
This is Conquer's BBC. If you look on the left side of your screen, that's Christine Middleton, and she has a couple of in-competition lifting records when it comes to CrossFit events. We saw her last year at the Granite Games doing an amazing lift in the clean and jerk. So this is one of those athletes that is going to be put in a place to really shine and put some weight up for her team.
Well, unofficially, the heaviest total from Heat 1, and this is unofficial. Team Fleo, a total of 715 pounds. So 715 unofficially, the score to beat. So 205 pounds on the barbell for Toya Nelson and the Bromies for this 3-rep overhead squat. Brooke Haas on the right. What looks to be 185.
Yeah, she's got some 5s or 2.5s on the sides.
Her placard reads 205, so we will go with the count on the floor. 205 for Brooke Haas, and she will have it. Now the teams will reset, and they will get ready for the 2-rep max front squat. Joined in the booth now by our good friend, Dan Bailey. How you doing, man?
Great, guys. Thank you for having me out here.
Thanks for coming on down. What have you been doing so far at Wodapalooza? Hanging out at the Good Dudes Coffee?
Yeah, actually God's Country Coffee.
God's Country, I'm sorry. The Good Dudes used to be, yeah.
Yeah, we sold out of all of our made coffee today and most of our apparel and everything else, so it was a great weekend.
That's a good problem to have, my friend.
It was a great problem to have. Very busy, but great problems.
I like how you introduced him, but if you guys are watching, you probably felt the booth get better looking. You didn't even have to tell him that Dan Bailey joined the booth.
While my fitness is lacking, maybe I still have something going for me.
2-rep max front squat now. That's Lake and Wadex, Mexico on the left side. And on the right is Conquer's BBC. Conquer's BBC 295 unofficially on the barbell for Brittany Morella. Probably that was Christine Middleton.
All right, Dan, which one would you want? Overhead squat, front squat, or shoulder overhead? 3, 2, and 1 reps.
Man, out of those 3, I'm probably going to have to go with the front squat.
Sweet. We got a great team right here.
Yeah, that's right. Give me the overhead squat all day.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, get that away from me. Get that. I actually ran into Easy Muhammad on the way over here. He said, I think I'm going to shoot for 365 on the overhead squat for 3. And I'm like, easy, I can't even front squat that once right now.
I'm happy when that comes off the ground and I don't end up in the hospital.
I'm happy if I can get that weight on the barbell and just look at it.
It's the warm-up.
The 236 on the barbell for Eris Fonin, and that is good. For Falafel powered by Puma. Anastasia Lowe looks to be the athlete up next, and it's Marissa Flowers, who is on the left side.
Well, I was just about to say is that we talked about rack position earlier and height. As Flowers, as you can tell, is a bit on the shorter side, 4'10". You know, that's how you get a 145 Fran. I'm just saying, and that's what she has. So the other 2 are not quite as short, and this is like, okay, explain, because we're talking about rack position, those that don't know, but like if you're going to unrack for a shoulder overhead and a bar that you're basically receiving in like a quarter squat to get out of the rack to do that, that poses a unique challenge when you're lifting this heavy.
Absolutely. When you're going for any kind of max, doesn't matter what rep max, you want to save all of your energy for those reps. Nothing should take anything out of you just to get the bar into the position that you want it to be in, especially coming out of the rack.
And now we start round 2. 3-rep overhead squat. 205 on the barbell for Marissa Flowers. And that will count. Brooke Haas will hit her lift.
So Dan,
Conquers BBC.
They only get 2 attempts. The challenges that puts, or the pressure that puts on that first lift, I mean, where do you look at percentage-wise or maybe pounded-wise close to, say, your, how many times have you tested your 2-rep max front squat, for example, but just say a 1-rep max attempt in 2 tries. Like, what is your plan to set that up between just 2 attempts?
So honestly, the thing that a lot of people probably don't realize about this part of it is this workout starts the minute you go in the corral, because you've hit your warm-up lifts, you're ready to go, but you might have 15, 20, maybe more minutes before you get to touch another barbell. With only 2 lifts, that makes this incredibly more difficult. If you have 3, usually you have your safe lift, my heavy lift, and my go big, right? They are only getting 2, so you really have to make that decision early. What are we going to do on that first one? Are we going to go big, or am I going to play it really safe and then try to make a huge jump towards the end?
That is Christine Middleton at 310 pounds.
Yikes.
That's Lycan Wadex Mexico in lane 4.
So communication with your teammates here as well, in case the barbell goes down, right? You got to let them know, hey, this is my one I'm going for. You guys need to be ready for this when it hits the floor. If it does, change those weights out quick and get it back up there.
This is Falafel powered by Puma. Anastasia Lowe on the front squat. 250 pounds on the barbell.
I cannot believe she just put 310 for a double on the front squat.
That's where we're at now, Chase. This is not 2009 or 10.
Oh,
different game.
The Bromie's down.
Oh, yeah, get that Instagram shot in the back.
Gabby McClelland with 256.
And a re-rack to the front rack.
That's the old flamingo pose for the lift. You know, you get the lift through the old figure 4. The re-rack that.
Right.
You would have to scrape my knee off the wall if I tried to do that. Falafel powered by Puma in lane 2 with a great lift from Eris Fanen.
This is the power of the platform in front of a group of people, and hitting lifts you haven't hit in years, or PRing lifts in front of a crowd, even if you're staged in a corral for 20 minutes or so. Limited number of attempts. I mean, what is that magic that comes out there when it comes to big lifts in front of a crowd?
Yeah, it's something you can't replicate when you're just training. There's training lifts. I've always had training maxes and then competition maxes usually, and those two are very different things for me. And I'm sure it is a lot for these athletes, but the adrenaline's unmatched. I mean, you look out and see the crowd right now, how many people everybody's pulling for everybody that's on the stage. They want them to see them do well, and that just brings a different energy to every lift that you do.
717 pounds unofficially right now is the heaviest total from Conquer's BBC, as we continue event 5 for the elite female teams here. We are through 2 heats. 3 heats remain on the final day of competition at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We have Dan Bailey from God's Country Coffee in the booth, and we have Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor.
30 seconds on to get the lift. Now it just has to start within those 30 seconds with the transition. One athlete doing a 3-rep overhead squat, another doing a 2-rep front squat, and 1 shoulder to overhead. 2 attempts only in this event. Keep it simple, do the math, play the game. Watch what those jumps might be, how you feel, right? And maybe that game is just within yourself. It's like, okay, listen, I thought I was gonna jump 30. Did not go as planned on set number 1. We might have to back that down to 15 or 20.
Yeah, 100%. I got a chance to chat with Tim Paulson before he was headed over to get ready for this event, and he said that he chatted with his teammates before, and he's like, hey guys, I'm going big on 1, and then I'm going to go really big on 2 if I get big on 1. So just so you guys are ready, I need you to be ready in case it hits the floor. Yeah.
7 teams on the stage for heat 3 of 5. Right now, unofficially, the heaviest total that we have seen from Conquer's BBC at 717 pounds. The next heaviest total after that, and these are unofficial totals, Team Fleo at 715.
This CrossFit Omnia out of lane 3, Games team from last year. And it's the cool thing, like we talk about the super teams and all these individual athletes coming together to make a trio, but you still got some of those grassroots teams out there from the affiliate out here on the competition floor with these other athletes.
That's for sure a component on the teams. The more time you get to be together, training together, that adds something that a super team might not have if they're just all meeting together in Miami to compete.
Looks like it's going to be Kelly Stone who's going to lead things off for Omnia. Team Extraordinary, they are down in lane number 7. The trio of Norcha Bleeker, Milu Jaspers, and Kendra Pennings. Down in lane 3, it's going to be Kelly Stone with 220 pounds on the barbell to start off here on the overhead squat.
Dan, you're talking about getting staged in the corrals 15 to 20 minutes at times. Prepping for a competition, knowing, say, a lift like this is going to happen, whether it's Wodapalooza or, regionals, CrossFit Games, things like that. Is that something in the lead up to the competition you train for? It's like, okay, I'm going to warm up my lifts, take a 15, 20-minute break, and then try to hit that lift.
Absolutely, especially when that became a thing at regionals and the qualifying competitions. It was like, okay, I went into it not knowing what it was like, what it was going to be like. My first lift went terribly, so let's prepare for that. Let's train for that. Let's get ourselves prepared for what those openers should be, and you know more about how you're going to feel when it comes to game day.
2 reps down for Kelly Stone at 220. And she will hit it. Great start for CrossFit Omnia.
It's nothing like having a conversation mid-rep. What did you say?
What did you say?
That one was good, right?
Did a great job on that 3rd rep, just fighting, locking out those elbows, really pushing hard up on that bar, keeping it overhead.
I'll say that conversation would not be happening during the front squat.
No, don't think so. there would be a different conversation happening after the front squat was over, I'm sure.
220 from CrossFit Omnia, the heaviest lift in that first round. We're looking at the weights that are being loaded up here for the front squat. Hybrid in lane 5. And the French girls, 2 of the biggest lifts. The French girls, 265 for the front squats.
You see she had to step back behind that lifting line, that pink line on the floor. You have the lift behind it.
And I believe that's Medi Graneron who's going to hit that lift. The hybrid over in lane 5. That's 235 for Helena Collins.
I mean, that's not light, but Christine Middleton hit a 310 in the previous heats.
It's a different universe there.
Oh.
Kairos provides live scoring from the floor, capturing every moment and delivering live scores straight to the leaderboard. You can check them out at Scoring Kairos. And Functional Vision is providing the CIS and top hat that we have during events. Gives you live play-by-play action on the floor. As far as rep counts, you can check them out at Functional Vision. That's functional with 2 N's at the end. At functional_vision, spelled with 2 N's because the creators, twin brothers. And now to the shoulder to overhead portion of this event. The 245 for the French girls.
You keep this up, Jack Doss might draw a picture of the 3 of you.
Marie Robin on your screen who just hit that lift.
And you saw in the back as you had the 2 athletes, they had numbers written down on their hands about what they could and should maybe lift it. And the other one is just sitting there with a calculator adding up the totals of what they got. So, you know, you bring your cell phone out there, start doing the math in the back. Like we said, it's just understanding where you're at, what's possible. You know, it's like, hey, I don't feel like I can get these 10, so maybe, you know, Dan, you might need to bump up your 10 that you didn't think you had to do for the front squats.
Exactly, and a lot of times too, there'll be somebody in the stands who is looking at the scoreboard, signaling in like, hey, we need to go up by X amount of pounds, we need to go down. There could be a coach helping them out, making sure that they're staying on top of things and where they need to be to take the best position that they can.
Well, the other thing you need to keep in mind for some of these European teams is that calculator might be out to do the conversion from kilos to pounds.
Oh,
right,
there you go.
Right.
I think in this format, you start counting colors. Need a red and a green.
This is Alize Andriani for the French girls.
Oh, the shoulder wobbles of death.
Be tough to hold on
that
to
feeling
here.
is.
Yep, better second rep there, much better than the first.
God, that is so hard to do. Well, sorry.
Time under tension.
It's my fault again.
Down in lane 3 at CrossFit Omnia, 232 on the barbell for Kelly Stone.
Dan, we talked about the importance of positioning, and I feel like the importance of getting that shoulder to overhead to lock everything in is everything for this overhead squat.
Absolutely. There's times where you get the bar overhead and you know it's not quite in the right spot, and at that weight, that high percentage, or maybe you're going for a new rep max, you'll know immediately. You'll know immediately it's in the wrong spot. You can see the shoulders wobbling, people trying to get it back to where it needs to be so they can execute the lift.
And even just like in yourself, like it gets overhead, like there's
it's
no
not
shot.
happening.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
I'm gonna try.
I'm gonna go for it, but I'm in a bad place right now.
Hybrid in lane 5.
It's 285 on the bar.
Helena Collins, who is making the attempt at that weight. Now we move into the final shoulder to overhead. Unofficially, the top total that we've seen so far from Conquer's BBC at 717, but I want to stress that that's unofficial. We have people down there at the stage doing some math for us. And then The next best score so far, Team Fleo at 715. So 717 is the number that these teams are shooting for in order to put up the top score. And it's the French girls who are the closest at this point. Unofficially a total at 705. That is CrossFit West Chase down in lane number 1. And in lane 6 for the French girls, they're throwing 305 pounds on the barbell. And it's Mary Robin who is going to attempt this weight. Oh, just could not get it locked out.
Needed to get under that bar just a little bit more. That right elbow was just bent when she went to weight, kind of came down.
Down in lane 1, this is Kimberly DeCray for West Chase.
She was excited about that one before it even came back down.
That re-rack is so gangster.
It is.
I want no part of that.
Man, that thing would be, yeah.
If I'm hitting a PR, that's
no way
straight
that's coming back to the shoulders after that.
It's like I'm slamming that bar down to the ground as hard as I can.
Right.
Enjoy that.
3 of 5 heats are in the books, and we are still waiting for the official totals, but it still looks like Conquer's BBC are your leaders at 717 pounds.
And that's the weapon that you have on a team in this format. A 310 anything out here for these women. You're talking like 40 pound separation of the next best. The next best lift we've seen is 275 on that 2-rep front squat. I mean, think about how important it is to have someone on your team that can do. I mean, that's a 0.01% lift right there, right? It's one of the best ones we've seen, but that's just a huge advantage on this in this format.
100%. That's one of the ones that, you know, that pops up and that person's getting really excited on the weekend and dialing it in for that one.
Also one of those things where, you know, this is the 5th event. We've had a couple of long ones at this point, and they might have been suffering at this, and then you look at him before it's like, your turn.
Yeah, chomping at the bit.
About time.
Look at the crowd on hand here at Tina Hills. Final time will be at this venue for the elites here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. We'll close out tonight over in Flagler for the final event for the teams. Here are your overall standings after 4 events. As Team BPN, they widen their lead over the Daughters by 5 points, courtesy of that event win in event number 4. AKA Humble Killers, they sit in 3rd, 3 points up on the All-American girls. The Goa girls, they are in 5th place. Top 10 teams only advance after this event into the 6th and final event. Teams on your screen now need to do some work in order to get themselves inside the top 10 and into that final event this evening over in Flagler. This one's just all about heavy weights, and like you said, you're figuring out who can do what here.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1 overhead squat, front squat, shoulder overhead, 2 attempts each. And Sean, you saw on that leaderboard, it is very, very tight in that cut line.
Let's go down to the competition floor. That's where Nikki Brazier is standing by.
If you tuned in for the individual competition over the last couple days, it may have seemed like Tina Hills was packed, but we knew nothing about what packed meant back then. Every single seat is filled here. There are rows 5 or 6 people deep in the standing room only area, and this is exactly the kind of energy that makes PR magic out here for these lifters.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Here are your lane assignments for this 4th of 5 heats. These teams looking to do some work here and give themselves a chance of competing one more time tonight at Flagler for event number 6. Lane 5 is Motown. Now, they had the top time heading into the final heat of the last event. Looking to put up a big score here, 225 pounds on the barbell for the 3-rep max overhead squat portion of the event.
That's one of the higher starting lifts we've seen so far for this 3-rep max.
Say last event, I think it was 220, so up in the ante here.
Stevie Dellinger, who's going to be doing the overhead squat portion for Motown. Unofficially, the highest total we've seen so far came out of Heat 2. Conquers BBC 717 pounds. And we've seen a couple teams get above the 700-pound mark. 220 for Stevie Dellinger.
She's standing up fast.
That is good.
You know, maxing out on the overhead squat, it's so much different than the other squat lifts, right? That front squat, that back squat. If you can lock in and just line it up in the right spot. I mean, for you, Dan, I feel like it's one of the easier squats if you're locked in.
100%.
Weight-wise.
You nailed it there. Yeah. If you get the bar overhead in the right position, and you know as soon as it goes overhead, you pretty much know before you've started the lift that, like, oh, I've got 99% sure I'm going to make this.
Yeah.
But like we talked about before, the minute that thing's just a little bit out of place, or maybe you had to do a little press out on one of your elbows and something doesn't quite feel right, it makes it feel 10 times heavier.
You just saw Helena Avendano from Training Culture hit 200 pounds on her 3-rep max. Now for the front squat portion. So 255 on the barbell for the Milford Monsters on the right side of your screen. 245 in lane 2 for Waihana Moya Oliver and Training Culture. I believe that is Bryn Curlin for the Milford Monsters.
Good thing about this one, Sean, is not a whole lot of strategy involved with this one. It's like, all right, do the math, and you don't even have to do it on paper, Dan. That's why we invented cell phones, just to do simple arithmetic.
Remember when your math teacher used to tell you you're not going to be walking around with a calculator all the time?
He's like, oh, just wait for the future. Yeah. It also tells me the time, and I can watch movies. Oh, wow. What a save.
Yeah, good fight on that one.
Team Swedes. I believe that was Hannah Carlson on the lift.
Now that happens to you on lift 1. What are you changing on lift 2? Technique, little drop lower, lock out. What are you doing?
Yeah, it depends on if I know kind of what went wrong, like why maybe that happened. Maybe I pushed it a little bit out front. Maybe, okay, I didn't quite dip as shallow as I should have and didn't get as much power out at the top. So then you have to make a decision. Am I going to reduce the weight that I want to go up, or am I just going to make sure that I make that correction and stick with the plan?
Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier's.
A couple of safety concerns to let you guys know about here. The teams are moving as quickly as possible, but they do always have to have collars on the outside of their bars. They cannot load any weights outside of those collars. They're also moving all of the plates to the front of the rack before each lifter can go.
Now, Sean, this is a sneaky trick that most of us have used. Look at the yellows on the inside. That is about, I think there are probably those 1-pounder plates. It's like, listen, I don't need to add these at the end. I'm just going to put them in the beginning and forget that they're there.
Yep.
A little 2-pounder separator out there that you don't have to think about anymore. I love that move from this team.
This is Ella Wunger for Team Swedes. Second and final attempt on the 3-rep overhead squat.
Man, that looked good.
Yeah.
I was going to say it at the second rep, but I didn't want to jinx her.
Same. It's like, I was like, her overhead position was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned before.
So down in lane 6, Team Explode.
You see that little bend in her right arm. Just that shaky feeling, and just that difference between the two that we just saw, right?
That's Stevie Dellinger in lane 5 for Motown, pardon me.
I think that was only a 10-pound jump. I believe she went 225 to start. So just that little bit, something's a little bit off. Her, you know, the way her legs were moving, how fast she stood up out of it, you could tell how much more of a strain it was.
Carolyn Klutz will be up next for Motown. And numbers from the floor, it looks like the Milford Monsters and Team Swedes are your top two on the floor right now. Down in lane 7, the Milford Monsters, 270 pounds on the bar for the front squat. Oh, and not able to get it, Bryn Curlin. And now 3:01 for Team Swedes. That was Maria Longforce. Unable to complete that lift.
Those knees cave in right there in the middle, and you know that's that posterior light switch just off.
Right. Again, with that front squat, a lot of times it's not. Again, it's not maybe not the leg drive that you're missing, but that the strength of your back, the ability to stay upright. Once you lose that, the elbows drop, a heavyweight like that, it's coming right out of the front.
We were talking about it in one of the earlier heats when Kelsey Keel missed the second rep of 300. The first one easy, but then you just saw her midline tilt in the wrong direction. And so I said, there's a I'm not strong enough lift miss, and then a poor position miss.
Correct.
This is Team Explode in lane 6. Karis Demi cannot hit that rep. And that will be the final lift.
Nice. And I would say for a shoulder over head, it's a very narrow hand position. It's because, I mean, he's got long arms too, so.
That was independent in lane 3. Danny Kearns.
I feel like a lot of that is so, like, individual. Same with the squat stance and a hand position. I mean, for yourself, like, where are you most comfortable in, say, a shoulder overhead hand position for you?
So a lot of it has to do with, in my opinion, the range of motion for your shoulders. Like, how flexible are you in your shoulders? The narrower you can go, the more strength I believe you'll have overhead. You're a little bit more stacked. You know, the wider that grip goes, typically a little bit weaker it gets. So if you have that range of motion, that capability to get overhead really well with a narrow grip, and that's probably where you want to go. For me personally, I've spent a good 38 years working on the old bench press. So my overhead position is not exactly phenomenal. Once I get the bar into the front rack, whether it's from a clean or if I can take it off the rack, I'm going about an extra nail width to a half-inch wider, just so I've got a little less range of motion, a little more variability with my shoulder flexibility.
Here are the standings coming into this event. After 4, it's Team BPN in the lead by 10 points over the Daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. They doubled their lead after their win at BPN in that last event, aka Humble Killers, All-American Girls. And then GoWad rounding out the top 5. The cut line after this event, top 10 teams. So the Invictus Chicks, they are on the wrong side of that line right now. And they need to do some work to get themselves inside the top 10 so they can be on the floor for the 6th and final event that will take place later on this evening over at Flagler. It's 3-2-1 liftoff presented by Rogue.
It's actually one of the first event announcements that they had for Wodapalooza, which is nice because it allows you to kind of figure out what the tempo of the event's going to feel like with just 2 lifts, a 3-rep max overhead squat, a 2-rep front squat, and a 1-rep shoulder overhead. And play around with the numbers a little bit, people's comfortability, and oftentimes, I mean, Dan, you could get here on day number 2 of competition and feel like you would have been the overhead squat, but maybe something went wrong, a little tweak of the shoulder or the triceps, like, okay, maybe I'm doing front squat today.
Right, definitely going to have to play those audibles when they need to be done, especially with, like you just said, all the different variables that can happen with the strength thing coming at the end of the weekend. When you're tired, you're sore, all those things are taking effect.
Here are your lane assignments for this 5th and final heat. And some of the teams in this heat, like Spacers Angels, Sarah Sigmundsdottir's team, there are 2 more heats, pardon me. There are 6 total heats here. But Spacers Angels are on the outside looking in. As you take a look at lane 4, the Invictus Chicks, they are also another team that is on the outside looking in. They come in 11th place overall. So 6 total heats here. And you can see the cut line.
It is 305, 305, 2 team side. P10 Performance is also in this heat. They'll be in lane number 6. But Invictus Chicks, as far as strength of the team, I'm not sure this is the event that's going to stack up well for the athletes that they have here for this. But on the outside, Queens of the North, and P10 Performance tied in points. Butts and Scuds, they are not clear of this line either. So much is on the line riding on this. I mean, anyone within 8th through 13th on this has an opportunity to either move up or down just based off total poundage. It could be one person that changes the total stack for this entire team.
This is absolutely something where you're going to really need to pay attention to what everybody in the other lanes is doing, especially if you're near that cut line.
That's the Misfits with Lady Bits in lane 3. That is Carolyn Connors, who will be up first for her team. And still, so far, unofficially, the heaviest total we have seen still belongs to Conquer's BBC from Heat 2, 717 pounds. But that is an unofficial total at this point.
I think this is where not that the value of a coach is never needed, but having a 3-person team of knowing what has been hit, what is currently happening to just help dictate. Listen, we don't have a choice. You're going to have to go 20 more than we had planned for just to get up in the top 10.
Exactly.
Well, Connors is struggling getting this thing overhead. There's Paige Semenza trying to coach her through it. And as long as they start to lift in that 30-second window, they will be able to complete it. So now Connors has it sorted.
Final at 227 for Misfits Lady Bits. Gotta sand it all the way up here.
Wow. And Connors is going to fight through that.
It's a long time to have that weight overhead.
And after that second rep, you saw that right little elbow bend, and to save that.
Back to lane 6, P10 Performance. That's Sydney Mikulishin on the overhead squat.
10 seconds.
Now it's just a nice, solid stack position.
And back down to the back rack.
To the back rack. I mean, we're saying front rack, rear rack is impressive.
Enough, yeah.
Invictus Chicks in lane 4. 250 pounds for Emily Rethwell. Now we move to the shoulder to overhead portion of this event. And a lot of the numbers that we are getting from the floor, these are all unofficial.
Well, that 270, if that is what, that was an important lift for Invictus. That's a deep, one of the heavier front squats we've seen so far. And we're talking earlier what Christine Middleton did to put her team in a top position is that if you got an athlete that can hit something big, they are crucial to the, like you can have someone that's 10 to 20 not with the field, but you jump that by 40. Such a valuable asset in this event if you can have someone that can put up a big lift.
Yeah, when every pound is going to matter that much, something like that is huge.
Allison Weiss is going to be up in the shoulder to overhead for the Invictus Chicks. It's going to be 215 pounds on the bar for her. Here's Chloe Govan David for Queens of the North, and that is good. 223 unofficially for her, and Allison Weiss is good at 215.
Round 1, if everybody gets their lift, pressure's off a little bit, right? The last thing you want to do is zero out. So regardless of what that number is, it's just nice to get a number on the board so that we can really go for it on the second round.
Absolutely, definitely takes some pressure off and lets you play with that number that maybe you thought you were going to go with. Okay, hey, maybe I can throw on another 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Maybe I can throw on another 6 with those singles out there. So it definitely takes the pressure off and lets you come up with a new strategy going into your final lift.
You've been a part of multiple variations of strength tests, but at a regional, there was a 2-attempt lift versus, say, a 3-attempt, and the dramatic difference between the two for you.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, like when you have the 3 attempts, it's like, here's my opener. I know I'm going to hit this. It's a, guaranteed. then I can go pretty big after that, and then I can really go home and swing for a home run on that third one. But when you only have 2, like you just mentioned, if you miss that first one, it throws your whole game plan off, and you're not sure what jump to make after that.
There's Carolyn Connors for the Misfits with Lady Bits, 235, I think, on the barbell.
Now for her, she just needs to have a better jerk to get off the shoulders to lock that position in. She fought that positioning the whole set last time. This one looks better than she had on the first round.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir on the left side of the screen made her lift, and Connors is good.
That one looked 10 times easier than the weight that was 10 pounds lighter.
Right.
Yeah, right.
It's like in 1/4 the time at which it took. Like she did 3 squats and what 1 was on the first round.
Those 10 general physical skills we talk about in CrossFit, all of a sudden in the overhead squat, it's like flexibility becomes very important.
It's like, what does this check of these 10? Oh, all of them.
235 for Carolyn Connors. That was the heaviest lift we saw in that round. P10 Performance had a lift of 232. Again, that's unofficial. But down in lane 5, Queens of the North, 278 pounds on the barbell for Kyra Milligan.
This is big. You see on the inside, she has 2 plates in the middle.
And that is good for Kyra Milligan.
Made that look easy, honestly.
Yeah. One of the heaviest front squats, if not the heaviest front squat that we have seen so far. Big for the Queens of the North. One of the teams right on that cut line. They are 10th overall coming into this event. Invictus Chicks down in lane 4. It's your Rain Total Body Fuel replay. And Emily Rethwell unable to get herself through those reps. And now one final lift. Take a look at the cut line again. Queens of the North right there, just 8 points up on the Invictus Chicks. Misfits with Lady Bits, they're in 12th. And the Kolesnikov team. All these teams are on the floor right now. Shoulder to overhead here for Allison Weiss. Not able to hit that. Well, Queens of the North have made their lift, and this is big because unofficially right now they have the score to beat. Chloe Govin-David hitting the shoulder to overhead. 238
there it is, the figure 4.
For Govin-David, and unofficially they have one of the top scores going into the final heat. Misfits with Lady Bits, they put another big number. We're gonna have to wait to see how this all sorts out. 754 pounds for Misfits with Lady Bits. Again, that is unofficial. And then unofficially for Queens of the North, 734. Spacers Angels, they came up with a big performance at 720. So all those totals higher than the leading number coming into this heat. That's big for all those teams as they look to get inside the top 10. But those totals are unofficial. So one final heat remains here. And your leaders will be out on the floor. Team BPN, they are coming off back-to-back event wins, 460 points. 10-point lead on the Daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. The AKA Humble Killers are just 3 points up on the All-American girls for that final spot on the podium. And we just saw the Queens of the North go, and they put up a big total. They are looking to put themselves solidly inside the top 10 as we are cutting down to just 10 teams after this event. 3, 2, 1 liftoff is event number 5, presented by Rogue. 3 different lifts and 3 different rep schemes.
Every athlete gets their favorite lift. Well, maybe not their favorite lift, but say your best lift. And that's 3 overhead squats, 2 front squats, and 1 shoulder to overhead. 2 attempts only for each athlete.
Lane assignments here for this 6th and final heat for the women. Overall leaders Team BPN will be in lane number 4. The daughters featuring MOB will be right next to them. And then AKA Humble Killers, your top 3 teams, will be in lanes 4, 5, and 6. And with more on this event, let's go down to Nikki Brazier at Tina Hills.
We are keeping a close eye on teams around that cut line, and in lane 8, Best Buds and Scuds is coming into this event in 8th place. Now remember, that is 2 spots above that 10-team cut line, but they are currently only 4 points ahead. And after what we saw in the last heat from the team currently in 10th place, we're about due for a shakeup.
There is the cut line. Best Buds and Scuds right now safe, but don't forget about what the teams in that last heat just did. Queens of the North and the Misfits with Lady Bits putting up a big total, looking to vault into the top 10. So Best Buds and Scuds need to do some work here. Got Dan Bailey in the booth with us. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Sean, the other thing they need to do as far as Best Buds and Scuds is we look at our ingredients for success is do the math. What has been the best list we've seen so far? Where does that rank from 0 to 35? And what do we need to do, right? What game do we need to play to get ourselves or retain that top 10 position with this final event left before we hit cuts?
One of those things where it definitely pays to be a winner up until this point. They've done well enough to be in this heat, and they've gotten to watch everybody else go. They should know exactly what they have to do.
I mean, we say this a lot, how valuable it is to be in the last heat, but as a competitor, like, how much do you use that position to help what the event will look like for you before you step onto the floor?
I mean, it's crucial. Like, it is absolutely essential to know other times, know what's capable, know what other people did. Maybe somebody who flew under the radar that you didn't see doing well, a team, whatever it might be, made a jump, and you get to know that, and you get to carry that into your attempts.
Here is Allison Scuds, 195 pounds on the barbell. And Allison Scuds will make that count. Meanwhile, Laura Horvath down in lane 4 for Team BPN. Take a look at our rain total body fuel replay. 235 pounds on the barbell for her.
Horvath, just her positioning, the strength she has in that overhead position. I think a lot of times when athletes are looking, it's like, okay, how do I get stronger? It's like, don't look at it as strength all the time so much as far as like power output, but it's like, how can I add more weight to my lifts? Maybe that's the thought process. And better positioning and technique, those things are, you know, it's like, oh, I PR'd by 50, like when you missed the old days, right? Like
sure,
when I first started CrossFit, like I got a 50-pound PR. It's like, how did that happen? It's like, we learned how to do it.
Right.
You got a better position.
Right. Like, are you taking the extra 10, 20, 30 minutes at night? My training session's over. How about we spend some time loosening some things up, fighting for those better positions?
Mal O'Brien with 251 on the barbell for the 2-rep front squat. And she gets through that. And then there's Jamie Simmons for Team BPN. She had 245 on the barbell, and you saw the point standings earlier. The daughters trying to carve some points off of that 10-point deficit. Rain total body fuel replay on Jamie Simmons here. It's going to be Gabby McGowan who's going to step up for the shoulder to overhead. The biggest totals we have seen unofficially, the biggest total we have seen belongs to the Misfits with Lady Bits at 754. Queens of the North right behind them at 734, and then Spacers Angels at 720.
I've been trying to think about which lift you would feel would have the most pressure to it. Like a 3-rep overhead squat, it's like the pressure of it not coming down, not necessarily the weight, but you look at a 2-rep mat. It's like I did one, can I do another one? That kind of pressure. Or I only get one shot type of pressure. I feel like they all have their own unique sense where you can't really pick one over the other.
Right, I feel like, I mean, for me, when I look at it personally, that overhead squat, if I get 2 out of 3, but I miss the third, you have so much time with such a heavy weight overhead that's really going to hamper you on your next attempt compared to just the 2-rep front squat or the shouldered overhead.
Rain total body fuel replay here on Gabby McGowan. That was no problem.
Clean.
And she hit 235. You saw Annie Thorstadter make 241. And we already have majority of the teams in this final heat over the 700-pound mark. The leaders are the girls in lane 7, unofficially 718. Best Buds and Scuds, Allison Scud stepping up to the overhead squat. She hit 195 on her first attempt. Now they are towards the back in this heat. Unofficially, their total at 655, so they have some ground to make up. And there is Alexis Raptis for the girls in lane 7. Your leaders right now, unofficially, 718 pounds. Raptis going for 227. And that will count for Alexis Raptis. Her team coming in 6th place overall, solidly inside the top 10, and that is certainly going to help them stay there. Meanwhile, Rain total body fuel replay. Allison Scud's not able to get through her 3 reps here on the overhead squat.
Watch that left elbow, a little shaky out of the bottom on that last rep. You can see it buckle. And that's the challenge with, say, the overhead squat being 3 reps, because it is so technical. Rarely is it really about your brute strength capacity. Where like a front squat, you can fight
through
that
a front
one.
squat. Yeah. That bar gets a little low on your chest. You can push through that, but the overhead squat, that elbow bends, something starts to give here or there, that weight's coming down.
Well, Fisa Goffi will be up next for the girls. Two-rep front squat here for Fee. And that will be good for Fisa Goffi, being told that's 267 pounds.
Wow. Pound for pound, I mean, that might be some of the top lifts we've seen.
Rain total body fuel replay. Christine Best on the front squat for Best Buds and Scuds.
They needed that.
255 unofficially for her. Now, final lift. Shoulder to overhead. Elena Buds for Best Buds and Scuds, and it's Christine Kohlenbrander. 257 on the barbell, and they are towards the front of this heat. A couple other teams have 740 for their total. The girls at 739 unofficially.
We have 4 teams that look like they're separated by only 3 pounds.
Kohlenbrander will hit that. Elena Buds in the background made her lift as well. Lane 4, Team BPN. Rain total body fuel replay. Gabby McGowan.
Nice.
At 250. And then Best Buds and Scuds. Here's Elena Buds on her final lift.
That's a tough save.
So unofficially, the girls who come in inside the top 10 in 6th place overall, it looks like they're going to win the event, but this is unofficial. Edging out the All-American girls by 1 pound.
Wow.
Now that is unofficial. Again, we are keeping informal track out there on the stage. But if that holds, that's a huge win for the girls. And they will.
So you sneak those ones in on the inside collars, Mr. Bailey.
Alexis Raptis and Christine Coltenbrander, along with Fisa Gaffi, who had the impressive front squat there. Looking like they're going to pick up their first event win of the competition unofficially. Dan, thanks so much for doing this. If people want to find you at God's Country Coffee, where can they find more information on that?
If you didn't get anything today, godscountrycoffeeshop.com. You can order all the beans, the apparel, the merch off of there. We'd love to fulfill your order for you.
Well, thanks so much for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Good time, and have a great rest of your weekend here in Miami.
Always great being in the booth with you guys. Thank you so much. You do such a great job. Thank you.
Women are done. Men coming up next in Event 5. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza continues. Event 5 for the men up next here at Tina Hills as we keep the heavy barbells out on the stage. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here on the final day of competition at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Nikki Bracer is out there on the stage at Tina Hills. It's 3, 2, 1 liftoff presented by Rogue.
3-rep overhead squat for athlete, 1 2-rep max front squat for athlete 2, and a 1-rep max for athlete 3. You get 30 seconds window to start your lift, but only 2 total attempts to get it. Do the math. Ingredients for success. Do the math. Who's going to be in the best position to get the best total for our team? And then play the game. Do I add a 1 here? Do we need to jump 5 pounds or 10 pounds? Know where we need to go. Total it up, go for it.
The 6 teams will be on the floor here as we open up event number 5, and these are the teams that really need to swing for the fences and try to put up a big score as they look to work their way up the overall standings to give themselves a chance to maybe get inside the top 10 and survive the cut that is coming after this event. Brazilians old school. That is Pablo Chalfun with 340 pounds on the barbell.
It's a good move, hiking up the shorts. Adds about 5% to all 1-rep max squats.
Across at Shrewsbury, down in lane 7, they also have a big weight on the barbell, 332 pounds for them.
10 seconds. Stand by.
340. For Pablo Chalfun.
Oh, they're going to make him step behind the line with the bar over his head. Wow.
And that will count for Pablo Chalfun.
So what you saw is the head judge, you see that dotted blue line, and behind on the backside, there's a solid pink line. Athletes need to step behind that line to start the lift. So Pablo had the bar overhead, actually had to step back with it over his head before he could start the squat.
Well, Mexico also made 340. I believe it was Luis Oscar Mora who made that lift, and we'll have to see who's up next for them. But he was the man getting ready for his first lift. He was on the barbell. There is Carlos Labarth, who will be up next for the front squat portion of this event. And he's going to go for 385. Oof. This is Team NOCO in lane 2. Robbie Rodriguez, that is good. 395 on the barbell. Rain total body fuel replay as we go back to Team Mexico.
Jeez, 385 on the bar for a double on the first attempt.
Carlos Labarth is good at 385 pounds. Brazilians old school at 395 on their front squat to match Team NOCO as well. Now to the shoulder to overhead portion to close out round 1. That's Nate Scola for Team NOCO. .315 for Scola. Ooh.
Successful lift, but everything about that was tough. Just to get it up overhead, the press out instead of just a good receive position overhead, and then having to step back behind that line, as we said, to secure that position on that overhead lift.
Roldan Goldbaum hitting that lift for Mexico. Now we move into round 2, so one more attempt for each athlete on his respective lift. We go back to the 3-rep overhead squat. Down in lane 6, the Thunder Buddies. That's Braden Willis at
Here we go, guys. 355 down there.
still waiting for the official word on the weight on the barbell for him. And Braden Willis is good.
Good fight.
There's Luis Oscar Mora for Mexico. As now we have, as we said earlier, sort of the CrossFit NASCAR pit crew exercise. How fast can you get those things changed out in this 45-second rest window as we head to the second and final attempt for the front squat. Carlos Labarth is going to be up next on the front squat. So 395 on the barbell for him. Ooh. And Brazilians old school hitting that lift.
I heard the announcer said it was 425 on the bar.
That is a monstrous lift for Anderone Primo, as Lucas DeRosa will be the next man up on the shoulder to overhead. 425 for Anderone Primo. And now we switch the weights out here in this 45-second window. The running totals right now, unofficially, it's Mexico who are your leaders at 1,115 pounds, but we still have one lift to go here. And that is unofficial. Mexico in lane 4 in the middle of your screen. And Roldan Goldbaum will not be able to make his final lift, so his team will wind up with 1,115 pounds. That was a 400-pound attempt for him. And they look to be the leaders heading into the final heat. Or pardon me, the second heat. We have 5 heats remaining after this. 1,115 pounds unofficially the total for Mexico. And we just saw the women go a little bit ago, and we are getting ready to show you the updated standings for them. They are working on the final tabulations on those scores, but we will bring you the updated women's standings here momentarily, as we are through the first of 6 heats for the men. Top total unofficially belongs to Mexico at 1,115 pounds. Your updated women's standings, the 10-point lead for Team BPN is now a 20-point lead, 555 total points. Queens of the North, they move on as well, as they will finish 10th with P10 performance, and the Misfits with Lady Bits. They also punch into the top 10. And these are the teams that will be competing tonight in the 6th and final event. Best Buds and Scuds on the outside looking in, taking 11th place. Spacers Angels not able to get inside the top 10. And the Invictus Chicks and the Med Girls as well, missing the cut. Second heat now for the men, second of 6 heats here in event 5. One event remains after this on the final day of competition here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. It's been an absolute blast these last 4 days, and we are glad that you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We have Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. We are through 1 heat, 1,115 pounds unofficially, the top score courtesy of Mexico. 3 lifts, 3 rep schemes.
3 athletes put in the best position they could be in. 3 rep max overhead squat, 2 rep max front squat, 1 rep max shoulder to overhead. The toughest part about this is just getting those 2 attempts in this time frame, and just puts a lot of pressure of execution on each lift.
So look at 3 Poppies Latinos in lane 2. Here are your lane assignments. We'll have just 6 teams out there on the floor. All of them will be gunning for Mexico's top score, which is unofficially right now is 1,115 pounds. One more look at the top 5 teams here in the overall standings. It's Canadian PB&J, 27 points up on the boys. Team GoWad, they sit in 3rd, followed by King BK and Friends, and then Team Panchik, 5th place, 86 points out of 1st.
And you look at this, you got to realize that, yes, we have this event and another event to go, but we have 300 points, Sean, up for grabs, still left in the competition, with that final event really being a 2-parter. And with this lifting event, it's one of those is that if everything goes right, then you're okay. But if one piece of that 3-part puzzle goes wrong, any of these teams can make massive jumps up and down the leaderboard going into that final event.
A team 247 in lane 6 with 315 pounds on the barbell. And it's Lalo Torres who was going to step up to this for the overhead squat.
Biggest piece of the puzzle for this overhead squat is just getting it overhead into the right position. You have that solid lockout, that elbow position. Set yourself up for the beginning of the lift.
Torres is good. 315 in the books for 247 to start things off.
Then you have like a sigh of relief after getting a score on the board.
Rain total body fuel replay. The three Poppies Latinos are not able.
And
that's Andres Escobar.
And you can see it's right from the start, just that right arm not able to lock it in. And if it's not locked in, and I mean not 80%, not 90%, not 95%, this weight for these amount of reps you're going to do an overhead squat, it has to be completely locked in for you to even have a chance at being successful. We've seen some people be able to fight through it a little bit, but that is not a very common thing to do in an overhead squat.
Team 247 loading 335 onto the barbell. That is good. Moments ago, Rain total body fuel replay 345 for Rafael Durand and underdoggy style.
And cat pants.
You to lift this weight right meow.
All right.
Down in lane 2, three Poppies Latinos. Sebastian Fanschmidt is up for the shoulder to overhead portion. This is the final lift of round 1. He's got 335 on the, 375 on the barbell. They're not able to lock it out. So the three Poppies Latinos missed 2 of their 3 opening lifts. They're in trouble right now.
He's strong enough for that lift, but it was one of those, we talked about Kayla Stefano all the way back in the women's heat, how she had that very tight dip, and there's a lot of movement here. So right as he takes a breath, the bar's moving. When he dips, the bar's also, there's just too much movement on the barbell going into that. And at these weights, you just can't have those little minute things go wrong. So for him, it's not a strength thing, it is a technique thing. And you can clean it up by just not having as much moving and shaking of the bar before you even start the lift.
Rain total body fuel replay as we now move into the second and final round here in heat 2. 6 total heats here for the men. Unofficially top total coming in out of heat 1, Mexico, 1,115 pounds. Lane 6, team 247, Lalo Torres back on the overhead squat. 315 pounds was his opening weight. This for 335.
Now on that last lift, he had that right elbow, just a little rotation where that bar came down. Much better position. And he's just got to squeeze that bar as hard as he can to try to lock that in.
This is Andres Escobar, and he's not going to make it, and that means that they will not have a score in the overhead squat. That is huge for three Poppies Latinos as they fail on both attempts on the overhead squat here.
425. In the previous heat, 425 for 2. See if anybody can come close to that.
Rain total body fuel replay. Andres Escobar, the pressure on here, is not able to get through his 3 reps.
Now watch as he comes down and just look at the shoulder itself. That it'll tilt in, bar goes back, just losing position. And again, at lighter weights, you can get away with a little shaky overhead position, but we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Everything has to be nearly perfect to get these lifts.
Team 247 going for 385. 395 wasn't, or pardon me, 385 was good. Now the 3 Poppies Latinos. 395 on the barbell for Joe Piero. And that is good.
3, 2, 1, rest. All right, we got 1 lift left. Tina Hill's on final lift for this heat of your gentlemen.
Rain total body fuel replay is back to Rafael Duran and his cat pants. Really gutting through that front squat.
Oh, and he's got to do another one.
365 on the barbell for him. He was able to make that lift. Now Mitch McClune is up for underdoggy style.
I'm just so glad they keep showing that lane so you get to say that.
I was going to say, man, that's just
over and over.
Some things you just got to do. That's their name, I'm going to say it.
They might be asking me what lane to go to, and I just keep sending them there just for you.
Thank you, Chase. I appreciate that. McClune is no good.
There it is, see?
And then down in lane number 2, Bastian Fanchman is good for 3 Poppies Latinos, but again, they did not get a score on the board for their 3-rep overhead squat. They're waiting for the unofficial totals here, but it still looks like Mexico is going to have your top score at 1,115 pounds out of heat number 1, but that is unofficial. Joining the booth now by the CEO of CrossFit, Don Fall. Don, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. What's your weekend been like here in Miami?
It's been amazing. It's been amazing. Got in late Thursday nights. Have gotten a chance to spend a bunch of time with the community. Brought my family in. We've been enjoying what we thought was going to be warm Miami. It's been a little chilly Miami, but it's been awesome. It's always fun to spend time with the community.
Now you guys are up there in NorCal with a lot of us. You been okay with the weather there?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, we're surviving. It's crazy.
I thought it was like a 50-year storm coming in, or multiple that they've been dealing with right now.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I think we're on 30 feet of snow in the mountains right now, and just it keeps racking up. It's nuts.
God, I didn't even think about that. Just the different elevations and when that storm comes in, just reacts differently. Wow. 30 feet?
30 feet. Yeah, 30 feet and count.
We've had power for I think 12 hours out of the last 5 days, so that's been nice.
So you were coming home with what type of present when you get back on Monday?
A lot, yeah.
You should complain a lot about how cold it was.
I
here in
know,
Miami
I should, right? Oh, it's just awful. The breeze and
forgot my jacket. It's terrible.
Brutal.
Had to sit in the heated room here. We are 2 heats down of 6 heats for the men in event number 5, 3, 2, 1 liftoff presented by Rowe.
3, 2, 1, 3-rep max overhead squat, 2-rep max front squat, 1 shouldered overhead, but only 2 attempts to do it. Just place your athletes really where they need to be. Another event where we see athletes in a position to shine for their teams, being in the best position they can be.
Let's send it back down to Nikki Brazier out there at Tina Hills.
Quick point of clarification for you guys on one more safety feature out here during this event. So this blue line that you can see in front of the first row of lifters, there's a pink line behind it. The athletes must back their foot up fully behind the line in order to make that lift count. That's for safety purposes, to make sure that their teammates and the judges on the floor are all within a safe distance in case they fail to lift. And there was a little bit of miscommunication in the previous heats where an athlete's foot was maybe only partway over the line or their toes were still in front of the line. Unless their entire foot is behind the line, that rep will not count.
Here are your lane assignments for heat 3 of 6. 7 teams out there on the floor. In lane 6, Daddy's Angels, Christian Harris is on that team. They really need a solid score here to give themselves any sort of chance of surviving the cut down to 10.
Solid maybe being an understatement, or, you know, what's the hardest piece of rock on the planet to get themselves up in the top 10, but what they can do is put on a show for the fans that are out here at Tina Hills, and this is one of those teams that has some strong athletes to do these reps and at least put on a show that we have for all these athletes out at Tina Hills. Don, have you been at Wodapalooza before, or is this your first experience?
First experience for me. Yeah, I'm usually you know, in the mountain skiing on MLK weekend, and this is a really nice contrast to that. So
maybe not in 30 feet of snow, possibly.
It's a little extreme.
If we had the weekend off.
And we've seen fantastic attendance throughout the 4 days of competition here. Usually when you have one of these comps that starts during the week, you see attendance sort of pick up as the week goes on. But I mean, this place has been packed since day one.
Which is, you know, usually, yeah, you see it trickling in, but Thursday was one of the wildest days I've seen to start an event, let alone through the entirety of it.
And there is Christian Harris, who will be up first on the overhead squat. The big body boys are on the left. On the right, down in lane 7, that's Al, John, and Jack. 296 on the barbell for Al, John, and Jack, and 325 for the big body boys. And both of them are good. And then you can see Christian Harris in the background. He gets through his 3 reps as well for his team.
Don, I know when your first named CEO was probably about like 2 days before the CrossFit Games started, and you just got unveiled while you were there in Madison this year. Prior to this, have you been to live competitions before just as a fan, or was that really one of your first in-person competitions to go to then?
That was the first big in-person competition I'd been to, and yes, my first day in the new job was the first day of the games, and yes, what a crazy way to start. It was amazing. I called my wife a couple days in, and I remember telling her, I think I talked to 1,000 people today, and you know, no better way to get them, you know, immersed in the community, get to know people. It's great now coming back because I got 4 months of context and 4 months of conversations and relationships. So it's really cool to see people I saw 4 or 5 months ago.
Let's say 4 or 5 months later, you're here in Miami for Wodapalooza. Friday at the affiliate booth and just meeting everybody, and you know, different than say just being a fan of the sport or an athlete or just, you know, someone that's using this as just your general fitness program. What has that shift been like for you as CEO, immersing yourself in the same atmosphere as you would before?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing is really getting being immersed in the community, getting to know, showing up at events like this where you really get to see and experience every dimension of the community. You know, the elite athletes, getting to spend time with affiliate owners, spending time with members of the community, spending time with coaches. I met a woman today, 78 years old, full-time CrossFit. She won a pair of shoes for cranking out 20 cals on an assault bike. And she has 4 generations in her family who are active in CrossFit. Lives in Johnson City, Tennessee. I mean, just incredible. So with that is, honestly, for me, it's incredibly inspiring. And there's a weight of responsibility. We have a really big responsibility to support the community. So yeah, these events are just incredible.
Well, speaking of the community, as you take a look at Evan Nathan from the Big Body Boys, we've got the Open coming up in like a month. What are you looking forward to the most about that?
One, for me, seeing where I'm at and how things have gone, right? So that the excitement and anxiety that goes into that test every year, which is important. It's also obviously a really important moment for the community and kind of the official kickoff of the season. I remember the first time I experienced the Open. I had been doing CrossFit for about a year, but that was really the first time I had gotten a chance to participate in the community outside of my box. And that's one of the things that's just so unique and special about the Open. It's a competition with hundreds of thousands of people, and thinking that, hey, at the end of this, we are going to find the fittest on earth. Gosh, what an amazing experience.
And that's that individual experience that we do so often every time the Open comes up. You said excited, nervous. I was like the 80-20 rule. It's like 80% nervous, 20% excited. Not sure how to interpret that. But for you now, in the position you're in, how has that changed for you as far as maybe the connection you have with the worldwide community as it pertains to the Open?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, for me now, thinking about and understanding the role that the Open plays in bringing this global community together, you know, I come at it with the same excitement as an athlete to participate, but also understanding the importance of the Open and the role that it plays in our community and taking a critical eye to it. You know, excitement and continuously asking the question, hey, how do we do this better? How do we bring people together? How do we support affiliates really well? So that added dimension, I think, is really interesting as well.
Christian Harris for Daddy's Angels.
Oh, so close.
Had 305 on the barbell and unable to complete it. And then earlier for the Big Body Boys, it was Frank Woolley Jr. If you take a look at our Rain Total Body Field replay, misses his rep and then cleans this thing back up.
What?
And then after all that, is just not able to get through it.
I was gonna say, if he gets that, I'm walking out of the booth right now. I know I've retired. Well, I was never in a position to say I was retired from competition.
I'm retired from competing too.
Yeah. Fun fact: we're all retired CrossFit Games athletes, right? Sign up for the Open. I'm part of the crew. Right. Don, there's this new message that's coming out from CrossFit since Jan 1, and that's the magic of CrossFit. And it's been such a beautiful revelation of the power of CrossFit in so many different facets that make CrossFit great. The community, the stories that we have, the medical miracles that we see displayed. But when you think about the magic of CrossFit, and you come to a place like Wodapalooza, you've been walking around, meeting everybody, just taking it all in from a different perspective. In the position you're in, what part of that do you see on display in an event like Wodapalooza with thousands of different people coming from all over the world just to come here to watch some people do some fitness?
Yeah, when we talk about the magic of CrossFit and this campaign, what we're really trying to do is demystify what is so special and unique about CrossFit. You know, if you participate in it, you know, and your life is changed by it, there's that excitement, you want to tell people about it. And really the magic of CrossFit is about, okay, what is it that is so special? And we talk about, there's the methodology, and certainly when we look around here, that's on display, being able to, through the methodology, drive the level of elite fitness. And then there's the ethos, which is the community, there's our coaches. And so, you know, no better way to experience the energy and positivity and enthusiasm of the community than coming to an event like this. And coaches, you know, behind every single one of these athletes, I don't care what level you're competing at, there is a coach behind the scenes that's putting in the hours to help them be successful.
That's Merik Vaka for Czechoslovakia. You saw Martin Feverlick on the calculator trying to figure some things out. Rain Total Body Field replay for the Big Body Boys. Evan Nathan on his lift.
I was talking to Dan Bailey earlier about just the power of being out on the competition floor for the heavy lift or a tough event and that you have, like trying to chase someone down, doing whatever, like on an assault bike, and how powerful the crowd is. But you know, you see these people cheer total strangers on when it comes to that, but it's so genuine. And we related this during the CrossFit Games when we talked about the Capitol and the community and that support with the athletes. And there isn't a difference as far as the enthusiasm and genuine spirit of the CrossFit community than you would see in your CrossFit class or inside your CrossFit affiliate. It's just magnified on a bigger stage, and you get that same genuine cheer, that genuine, we want you to do better for yourself than anything that we see manifested in both places.
That's really well said. You know, one of the things that you experience inside your box that we talk about in terms of the uniqueness of this community is how welcoming it is. You know, and you travel around the world, you can drop into a box, and you know the minute you walk in the door, you've never met anyone there, and you know you're going to be welcomed, you know, into that community, into that workout, whether you speak the language or not. And that's on display here as well. You know, we've got thousands of people you know, all within this community who don't necessarily know each other, but we're all united around this ethos in this community. And you can feel the positivity. You can feel people reading each other on, whether they're the elite athletes or masters athletes, teams, teens, you name it. That the positivity and the connection that people have is just incredibly unique. I've never seen or experienced anything like it.
Well, the Open is right around the corner. I mean, it is a month away.
I do not want to see that February 16th date on the screen right now.
I better start preparing for this. Quarterfinals then get going on March 16th. We got the semifinals. I'm super excited about that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then everything culminates in August at the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin.
That schedule came up, and I immediately put down the zebra cake that I where's the apple? I'm 32 days and counting.
Right around the corner.
Business at hand here, though, at 2023 TYR Wodapalooza is event 5 for the elite teams. 3, 2, 1 liftoff. 3 different lifts, 3 different rep schemes here.
Overhead squat, front squat, shoulder overhead. When it comes to this, is just put your best athletes in the best position for the team. How you know in that position? Well, just look at the ingredients for success. There's a nice little, basic arithmetic. Who has the heaviest lift in each one? Add them together. Okay, that's what we're going to decide to do. But that's after maybe the first round, and you get a couple lifts under your belt, and then you decide what's the game we need to play. Hey, that lift didn't feel so good. I can only jump 5. I know the plan was 10. Can somebody make that up on a later lift? So that's the game you play within the event.
Lane assignments here for Heat 4. Everybody still unofficially chasing Mexico's total of 1,115 pounds. The big body boys got the closest in that last heat, 1,085 pounds. And we saw that final lift at 380 on the shoulder to overhead. These are the Invictus Tiny Dancers. And anytime you got Sam Dancer on your team, you might want to bring out more plates to the floor.
And he put out Tiny Dancers, and it's one of those nicknames like, hey, meet my friend Tiny, and he's about 6'8", 275, and we're probably going to see the same thing, but they're not the only strong team out here on the competition floor, because we have the lift heavy often team led by Elijah Muhammad, who has one of the heaviest overhead squats ever recorded as far as CrossFit Games athletes are concerned. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him in that 3-rep overhead squat position.
10 seconds.
Well, Elijah Muhammad looks like he has 330 pounds on the barbell. And Jorge Fernandez on the right side of your screen for the Invictus Tiny Dancers. 355.
Oh my God.
355 for Jorge Fernandez from the Invictus Tiny Dancers. Let's go.
And both Muhammad and Fernandez are good.
Like a good workout for me would just be loading the bar to 355, let alone trying to
roll it back and forth a little bit.
They made it look easy.
The Invictus Tiny Dancers with the heaviest lift in that opening round, 355 from Jorge Fernandez. And Sam Dancer is going to be up on the front squat.
The hair is ready.
That is a good look. That's a guy who's ready to lift some weight right there.
I will say this about Sam is that no one has ever given me a more secured hug in my life than Sam Dancer has.
He has 405 pounds on the barbell. And that's good.
This is one of those where they need to have a booth cam and just seeing our open jawed faces.
Rain Total Body Fuel replay down in lane 1. That's Conquer Lift Heavy Often. 365 on the barbell for them.
Don, we talked about the exciting things that we are unveiling through, CrossFit right now, the magic of CrossFit, the stories that play on there, and really outside of what's coming up with the game season, which is exciting, but what's on the horizon that's exciting for you and really kind of lighten that fire that what we have in store for the community at large?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thematically, the biggest thing we're focused on this year is growth, is exposing more people to CrossFit. And the magic of CrossFit certainly is a first step in that direction, getting back to our media roots, elevating these incredible stories that are happening inside of CrossFit boxes all around the world, really in service of helping dispel for the folks at home who think CrossFit's not for me, helping them recognize that it doesn't matter what age, it doesn't matter what level of fitness, there's a community here waiting for you that can have a really big impact on your life. A lot more to come on that front. We've got some really exciting partnerships that are really in service of kind of working with folks in the community to grow the community in the US and around the world. The second big thing that we're really excited about is work we're doing with our affiliate community. Obviously we all know like this is where the magic happens inside of boxes all around the world. We've been spending a lot of time thinking about and talking to affiliates to understand how do we help them help their members? How do we help them? The biggest thing they've asked for is that storytelling, but we're also doing a lot more to work with them, to partner with them on the tools they need to build a really successful business. And so I'm really excited about the work that we're doing on that front. The team's been working really, really hard on it.
And it's incredible to see that happen forward-facing in the community and behind the scenes in that respect too, because the big thing that HQ in a sense can do is really, like you said, promote the stories of what we really are about, really let people understand what CrossFit is about, because to me that's always been the hardest question to answer in the elevator, right? The elevator pitch of what that is, and to be able to tell that story, like you said, through that magic of CrossFit media content and really letting people know what it is that we do here as far as CrossFit around the world. But on the flip side of that is on the back end is the support you guys are giving the affiliates now is unlike anything we've seen since the inception of the affiliate way back when.
Yeah, no question. And I think that really came out loud and clear during the games. We made the team did an incredible amount of work to make sure that affiliates felt supported and featured in the work that they do in the community, and so much more since then. That'll continue to be a really important focus for the team. There's also a big, the other piece I'd say that's, thematically that we're really trying to lean into is the spirit of partnership. Right, like one of the things that I've been most blown away by is as I talk to folks in the community, whether affiliate owners, coaches, partners, athletes, everybody wants this ecosystem to grow. And I think we've got a better shot at achieving that if we work together. And look at our role at HQ as playing a role in really bringing the community together, approaching things through a spirit of partnership. And so I'm really excited for us to do a bunch of work on that front this year.
Sam Dancer on the right of your screen just hit 425 on the front squat.
Wow. The line of the
425.
The line of the barbell on his chest when he unracked that.
I think they had to borrow weights from another platform to bring them over for Sam. Rain total body fuel replay of Sam Dancer's lift at 425.
Look at that. Look at the line on the bar.
We have one lift remaining here in the second and final round for this fourth of 6 heats. Joshua Alchama is going to step up for the Invictus Tiny Dancers. He hit 265 on his first attempt. Left side of your screen.
I feel like I'm seeing double.
Is Conquer Lift Heavy Often. That's Devin O'Neill. Oh, Alchama just not good. O'Neill is. And we'll see if that's enough for them to take the lead here.
I was going to say it's really important because, Elijah Muhammad didn't get his last lift because of a line fault that he had, and he couldn't get basically the 4th overhead squat. But him getting this overhead and Chama not on the other team, that was a much needed make, and not necessarily you need someone not to hit it, but we are playing sports, and I might vote for that incomplete pass every now and again so my team can do better.
Rain total body fuel replay there for Devin O'Neill, and Sam Dancer actually hit 435.
Oh, well, that's
So there you go. Wow. That'll do, Sam. And we're waiting for the official totals, but again, I don't know if anyone is able to top Mexico yet. They still have the top total, 1,115 pounds, but we're still waiting for the updated totals on this heat. But Mexico out of heat 1, doing an impressive job. Overall standings coming into this event, Canadian PB&J, they're your leaders by 27 points over the defending champions, the boys, Team GoWad. They sit in third. That's Roman Krenikov's team, along with Jay Crouch and Willie George. King BK and friends, they sit in fourth, and then it's Team Panchik in fifth. Don, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. Really appreciate everything you're doing for the community and for the sport, and looking forward to what 2023 has in store for us.
Well, likewise, guys. Thanks for having me on today. This was a ton of fun.
Enjoy the rest of your time in warm Miami.
Same.
The 2 heats remain here at Tina Hills for the elite male teams of 3. As we are in our final day at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. And we are glad that you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier's out there at Tina Hills on the competition floor, and we are working our way through event number 5. It's 3, 2, 1 liftoff. We have 3 different lifts, 3 different rep schemes. We'll get to that here in just a second as the athletes are taking the floor. It's presented by Rogue. We start with the overhead squat, then a front squat, and then shoulder to overhead.
What I really like here is that we're putting athletes in the best position they can be, a lot like we saw in event 1 of the weekend on the gymnastics portion. So we have some balance of tests here. 3-rep max overhead squat, 2-rep front squat, and a 1-rep shoulder to overhead. 2 attempts total for the athletes.
Here are your overall standings after 4 events. We just showed them to you, the top 5, but these are the top 10, and we cut down to 10 teams after this event. So the boys at 295. Right now, they are your last team in, heading to the 6th and final event. The 3 Wizards. They are the first team on the wrong side of the cut line, tied with Training Culture at 292. So all those teams in spots 11 through 15, very much alive for a spot inside the top 10. Here are your lane assignments. The 3 Wizards will be in lane number 1. And again, they are the last team out, or the first team out, I should say, the one team that is on the wrong side of the cut line in 11th place overall. Let's go down to the competition floor with Nikki Brazier.
Yeah, there is a different type of vibe out here on the competition floor now that cuts are on the line. And you mentioned it, the 3 Wizards behind me are currently sitting in 11th place, but only 3 points behind. In this heat, they're gonna have to pay close attention to the lads. They're on the correct side of the cut line in 9th, but only by 8 points. So the point spread, one of the closest we've seen so far in competition.
The other thing close, Sean, is the totals that we've seen up to this point after 4 heats. We're talking 10 teams separated by 10 to 15 pounds, which when you total the 3 is nothing, absolutely nothing. So everything has to go right if they want to have a successful attempt to keep themselves or stay out of that cut line.
10 seconds.
That's Jamie Heaton for the lads. He'll be up first for the overhead squat. The top total unofficially still belongs to Mexico out of heat 1, 1,115 pounds. 3 Wizards on the left side of your screen, and it's a no rep there for Jamie Heaton, having trouble getting that thing overhead. CJ Gerald on the overhead squat for the 3 Wizards. $295 on the barbell for him, and that will count. And again, as long as they have started their lift inside that 30 seconds, you're okay. Rain total body field replay. Jamie Heaton having trouble with that barbell and then not sure what to do after that.
And that was just launching it a little bit too far back just to get overhead position. And we said before, some of the hardest parts of an overhead squat is to just get the bar overhead. And the questions are can your teammates come and help you get the bar back to the rack? We've heard a couple different versions of what the rules are for that. And as we stands now is that once that bar hits the ground, based off that, I don't think your teammates can come and help you get it back up.
Phil Muscarella on the left for the three Wizards. On the right for the lads, it's Sam Stewart for the 2-rep front squat. First of 2 attempts here for them. Again, the athlete's feet have to be completely behind that dotted blue line and then the pink line for the lanes that are staggered behind. Muscarella is good. Muscarella with 375 on the barbell. And Sam Stewart was good as well. One more look at the cut line. LeBoy's in 10th place, 295 total points, only 3 points up on the three Wizards.
I mean, it's only a 21-point spread from 8th to 14th.
And only 15 points separate 10th from 14th. Michael Smith for the lads will be up next to close out round 1 with a shoulder to overhead. Sam Stewart hit 365 on his front squat. And Michael Smith has 335 pounds on the bar. Dennis Samsonoff on the left for the three Wizards. Smith is good, Samsonoff is good.
Now, Sean, one thing to note is that look on the right side of your screen, and Smith is actually have to lift in the sun. That sun is right in his face, where on the other side that we just saw is that they're lifting in the shade for Samsonoff. So look at that sun right in the center part of your screen, and you know, that's just one way or the other. That's just the nature of sports, and you adapt to the surroundings that you're given, but that can be a problem, especially when you have something like a jerk.
Augustin Riquelme, rain total body fuel replay here in lane 14 for the Mayhem Avengers. He is good at 335. We are through round 1. You can see Piero Gorcon getting himself fired up. Jamie Heaton will be back up for the lads in the overhead squat. He missed his first attempt, so the lads have yet to put a score on the board for round 1 here.
And for him, what happened is you just punch the bar back a little bit too far when you're lifting that kind of weight. Now, I think he actually lowered the weight so that he can almost guarantee to get a score on the board. But gosh, it's got to be so tough, that sun in your face.
Jamie Heaton now with his 3 reps in the bag, and CJ Gerald needs to back up to complete his rep. Feet have to stay behind that dotted blue line if you're the teams that are staggered towards the front. You can see that sun there that you were talking about, Chase. Looks now like the lads might be more or less out of it. I don't know, Sam Stewart, when he steps up to the barbell, could be back in that sunbeam.
And for a front squat, not quite. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not as much as a problem as an overhead squat, because what you need for an overhead squat is you need to be able to have a focus point to stabilize that overhead position, and that's just being able to pick something in your line of sight to help you lock in and keep your body stable. The tougher one, I think, actually might be the shoulder to overhead, because you're launching that bar, having to drop and receive that, and if that sun is in your eyes, I mean, you're basically lifting with your eyes closed with that sun in your face.
Phil Muscarella on the left for the three Wizards, and Sam Stewart on the right for the lads. Ooh. And Stewart's got to dump that barbell. So Stewart completed the lift at 365 on his first attempt. That one will not count. So 395 is good for Phil Muscarella and the three Wizards. 1,115 pounds. That's the top total that we've seen so far. That was way back in heat number 1, and that's unofficial.
Look at that.
From Mexico. Yeah. And that's exactly what Sam Stewart and the lads are dealing with right now.
And here's the thing, what is Stewart, you see that, how he walks in front? I saw a lift earlier where in the middle of the squat, he went below someone's bar weight and it went dark, right? So what's harder? If that shade goes in and out of that, that's even tougher. But here's the thing, That sun was in the middle of the stadium, or the stage, 1 minute ago, and now it's shifting into Dallin Pepper's team's lane.
Dennis Samsonoff and Michael Smith. Samsonoff for the three Wizards is good. Michael Smith is not good for the lads. And that is tough for the lads because they are 9th place overall coming into this event. They're only 5 points up on the boys for 10th. So the lads with 2 failed lifts in 2 rounds make that 3 because Sam Stewart didn't get through his front squat. So they are in danger of missing the cut line here.
We said coming in, Sean, like no one is safe. This is such a unique event where a mistake is not just cost. Like a mistake at a Metcon, a no rep here and there, you can survive a couple seconds difference. Not 10 pounds, 100 pounds, a missed lift, you're out completely.
Still waiting on the totals here. And again, unofficially, Mexico still has your top score. That was way back in Heat 1, 1,115 pounds. But still waiting for everything to be tabulated here. 1 heat remains, and we will have the overall leaders out on the stage here. Action continuing here at Tina Hills. Final time will be at this venue for 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. It's the 5th of 6 events for the teams. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier has us covered down there on the stage at Tina Hills. Your overall standings coming into this event have the trio of Pat Vellner, Brent Fikowski, and Jeff Adler leading the boys, the defending champions, Noah Olson, Travis Mayer, and Chandler Smith by 27 points. Team GoWad, the UN of teams in this competition, they sit in 3rd. And we just saw the 3 Wizards, the last team on the, that would be, the first team out in 11th place. We just saw them put up a very solid performance, and we saw the lads put themselves in some jeopardy of falling outside of the top 10. So 3 different lifts, 3 different rep schemes here. Start with the overhead squat, then we move to the front squat, and then it's the 1 rep max shoulder to overhead.
2 attempts for athletes, which is not a lot of runway to try to hit a max lift. So in that back warm-up area, you got to make sure you have it dialed in and supremely confident in what that first lift weight's going to be.
Lane assignments here for the 6th and final heat. We'll have that open lane in lane number 2. And as we were getting ready for this heat, scores have been updated. And the Invictus Tiny Dancers with Sam Dancer, they are your unofficial new leaders at 1,160 pounds. 435-pound front squat for 2 for Sam Dancer is a big reason for that. Let's go back down to the competition floor with Nikki Brazier.
Now, it is all about the cuts down here on the competition floor right now, you guys. And the team that is sitting right on top of the cut line in that 10th place is Le Boys. But they are only 3 points ahead of the 3 Wizards who just went in the previous heat. So now the question becomes, do these teams do some really fast math out here on the competition floor to account for what has already happened in the previous heats? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, the problem for a lot of these teams is that they don't know what other teams have done.
Right.
There's no scoreboard out there.
And as Nikki said, is that do you have someone out there that has been meticulously keeping track of what the numbers were? Are they watching what, and that's assuming that the number on the placard that they're going off of is the correct number. Now, what you can do is put yourself at least in the best educated guess you can to at least put yourself in a position to make some necessary jumps if need be.
10 seconds.
There's Noah Olson and the boys in lane 5. Olson on the overhead squat. We'll start things off here. And then on the left is Willie Georges for Team GoWad in lane 3. King BK and friends, Con Porter on the overhead squat. Willie George is good. You see Brent Fikowski in the background, getting through his 3 reps as well. 3:16 on the bar for Brent Fikowski, and Noah Olson. The Rain total body feel replay did not make his opening lift.
And it comes down to that setup position just from that shoulder overhead. And a lot of times, it's not the weight that was a problem, but a lot of times we get so hyper-focused on really what the lift is, and it's a 3-rep max overhead squat. But that back rack shouldered overhead to get the bar in the right position is the 4th lift of this 3-rep max, and sometimes it requires so much of focus and attention to detail at this weight that you might just had a little mental lapse of what's the most important part of your 3-rep max overhead squat.
Unofficially, it was Brent Fikowski for Canadian PB&J with the top lift there in the first part of this event, 316 pounds. Pat Vellner behind Travis Mayer there on the front squat. Mayer with 375. And Nick Matthew for Le Boys at 385. Vellner for Canadian PB&J had 376 on the barbell. Rain total body feel replay. Here's Jay Crouch for Team GoWad. 365 for him.
It's a confidence lift, right? A confidence check. Because that was a pretty easy lift as it looks. Obviously, what it feels like different for the athletes is different than when it looks from the outside. But what you really look for is bar speed, body position. Both of those were great.
Roman Krenikov will be up next, and the last time we saw him putting big weight overhead, think back to the Rogue Invitational at the Texas Oak event. He faced off with Chandler Smith. There's Tola Moraquino for King BK and friends. He has 367 on the barbell. Roman Krenikov with 345 on the left.
One of the events at the games last year was a 1-rep max shoulder to overhead, and I believe the fun story, because his teammate on that was Con Porter, and in the warm-up area, almost before they walked out, they switched lifts before they went out there, and I think Tola ended up hitting somewhere right around 400 pounds in that event.
King BK and friends. Rain total body feel replay. Chandler Smith for the boys, and he is able to press that out.
And we said, do the math, put your athletes in the best place to succeed. And we said this before, is Chandler Smith is one of the more powerful, strong athletes out there on the floor. His Achilles heel tends to be that technical part of the lift. And obviously it all comes down to numbers. I'm a little surprised he's in such a technical lift as the shoulder overhead versus, say, a 2-rep max front squat.
Round 2 starts with a 3-rep overhead squat. Second attempt for Noah Olson, missed his first.
Now for this team, this is a must. It's even better to drop weight than it is to not get the lift from the previous thing.
And Noah Olson's gonna miss again. And this reminds you of what happened in the semifinals last year.
It's not gonna keep him out of the top 10, Sean, but the points were so, I mean, depending on the points shake out, but we said they were so close. The points were so close.
The Rain total body feel replay, that's Brent Fikowski in the middle in the red. He had 316 on the barbell for his attempt. And that was attempt number 1. His second attempt in the 330s. And Fikowski is good. Ooh. And then just decides to dump it behind him, but the reps did count.
And I was saying earlier before Noah went, I don't know if he went down from attempt number 1, but the risk of missing completely versus just taking 10, 15 pounds off of that is not worth the risk.
And Vellner is going to fail on his second attempt. Here's Björgvin Carl Gudmundsson. And he is through. 375 unofficially on the barbell for Björgvin. We have one lift remaining here in this 6th and final heat, and the boys, it's going to be up to Chandler Smith to put up a big score here to try to help them do some damage control.
Well, he also missed his lift, so right now they only have one weight credited for the team, for Chandler Smith. Or no, he got his lift, so it's 2, but the thing here is, like, they're 120 points clear of a cut. Should be fine, right? They're not going to lose 100 points when there's only 100 points available. But now the door's open for Go Wad and BK and Friends, who BK and Friends were in 4th coming in, so they're basically all sliding up one at this point.
Roman Krennikov on the left will make his lift, and so will Tola Moraquinho.
Jeez.
It's 4:07. Rain total body field replay is Jeffrey Adler for Canadian PB&J. He had 381 on the barbell. And then Roman Krennikov for Go Wad, 365 unofficially for him. Now 4:07 for Tola Moraquinho.
And I think for Tola, we've seen this lift in multiple CrossFit competitions, and that might be the heaviest 1-rep shoulder overhead we have ever seen.
And didn't he have the heaviest
competition? And he already had it. I believe it was at 405 that he got last year at the CrossFit Games.
407 pounds for Tola Moraquinho. Rain total body field replay is worth one more look if this is indeed the heaviest ever in competition. It looks like Invictus Tiny Dancers are going to win the event with their total of 1,160 pounds. For King BK and Friends, unofficially their total 1,047 pounds, but we are waiting for all the tabulations to be completed here, and then we'll find out who the top 10 teams are moving on to the 6th and final event. As we do that, let's send it down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor.
All right, we are still waiting for all of the numbers to be calculated and tabulated, but in the meantime, those were some monster lifts, big numbers, and I need to know, given everything you guys have been through in competition so far, especially after the individual competition into the teams, how were you able to pull that off?
Patience, perseverance, courage, stamina, willpower, indomitable will, all those things kind of just rolled into one. A little bit of peanut butter, a little bit of jelly.
Just a little bit of each, that helps. Now, you were saying that that was a big lift for you in the end.
A 1 pound PB for me.
A new PR. What was it about this event and this environment that allowed that to happen?
I just want to make sure that I'm supporting my teammates. Like, it's fun to be in the teams. It's fun to have like a fun together, so I don't have to enjoy it by myself. We just went big. We had fun. These are fun events, the lifting ones.
Well, congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Canadian PB&J look to be your overall leaders heading into the 6th and final event, and then we will see who will be joining them later on this evening over in Flagler. We're going to take about an hour-plus break, and then we will conclude our coverage here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza with the 6th and final event. Stay with us, everybody, as we continue the final day here in Miami.
I can't be stopped.
CrossFit isn't just some strange alchemy. In truth, it's a formula that works. It's the formula for everything we do, from forging elite fitness to preventing and reversing chronic disease. It's the inputs that give us the outcomes, the results that have revolutionized an industry and changed millions of lives across the world for the better.
when the sun sets in Miami, that's when things start to really heat up. We are in the final event for the elite teams here, and Chase is going to be lit.
Could you make us sound any older?
I think the young people dig it when I get down verbally myself. Here are your overall standings for the men coming into this final event. Canadian PB&J, the only team above 500 points. They are comfortably in first place. Team GoWat sits in second. The boys are in third, but only by 7 points on King BK and Friends. The two-part event.
And as we get set here, we have a trio of athletes working in 3 different pairs. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3. 2 athletes will be pulling back-to-back double duty. That's 2 and 3. Synchro toes to bar, box jump overs. Synchro lunges, bench press. Synchro wall balls, 50-meter handstand walks.
The women are up first, so here are their standings coming into this event. It's Team BPN with still a 20-point lead over the Daughters, featuring Mal O'Brien. The All-American girls, 8 points up on the AKA Humble Killers. 200 points are up for grabs here. Let's focus on part A. What are the ingredients for success?
And what you're looking at is how do these pairs stack up with the movements that they're going to have to do, especially with your back-to-back pair. And at the end here, we have wall ball shots, overhead lunges, handstand walks, bench press. Your strongest shoulder athlete needs to anchor that team, that third athlete. And at the end part here, stick together. We're going to have a lot of synchro work, but not just that. There can be a lot go wrong when the pressure is up. Stick together or risk falling apart as a unit.
10 teams made it into this 6th and final event, and they will be occupying 2 lanes apiece, hence only the odd-numbered lanes on the left side of your screen. Team BPN, the overall leaders by 20 points, will be in lane 9. The Daughters, featuring MOB, they will be in lane number 11. 200 points again up for grabs here, and the point scale has changed, so you can make up a deficit in a hurry. 16 points between first, second, and third. Then a 12-point deficit as you work your way down. And then finally, an 8-point deficit starting between 6th and 7th place.
Sean, that's huge when we have 2 scored events, because 20 points only separate first to second. That's a point differential of 16, which means you get second and first, and you'll lose this competition. More so, the point system is so tight and so spread out. If you get a first, fourth to any team on this leaderboard, you can find yourself out of the podium, let alone that first place position.
Teams making their way out onto the floor and getting things situated. There is Team BPN, Jamie Greenwood in the white, Gabriella Magawa in the green, and Laurel Horvath, your overall leaders, coming in. A 20-point cushion over Mal O'Brien, Annie Thorisdottir, and Catherine Davidsdottir.
And we've seen some of the events so far this weekend for the teams is that there is an opportunity to put your players in the best position possible. The most optimum position to do the most damage, I actually am looking at athlete number 1. Athlete number 1 is going to do the first couplet and the last couplet. They're going to be the only athlete that has a massive break within the competition itself. So what you want to do as a coach is set your athlete up for success there. Athlete 1 in that first couplet, that involves synchro toes to bar for 60 reps, which means both those athletes are doing 60. But on the 50 part, they share the work. On the shared work part, athlete 1 needs to finish the 50 and do most of those reps, because they're going to get a break. On the backside, when they come in, that third athlete is going to be pretty smoked. That third athlete is going to be doing overhead walking lunges, dumbbell bench presses, heavy wall balls, and a handstand walk. So athlete 1 is actually going to be the one you want to lean on to do more total volume than 2 and 3.
Chloe Gove and David from Queens of the North, one of the teams that was hovering around the cut line in the prior event. They managed to stay alive to compete in this 6th and final event. Part A of kitchen sink is underway. And we begin with the 60 synchro toes to bar. After this, it's the 50 box jump overs.
So in every couplet, it starts with 60 reps of something. In the very first one, it's toes to bar. So this will be the only time this pair will be doing the same amount of work unless they split the 50s evenly. And as you said to start the event, whoever athlete 1 is going to get a big break after this, because athlete 2 will stay. Athlete 3, who is currently resting, will come onto the competition floor. So once we navigate through these 60, the best position you can put your team is to make sure that athlete 1 not only does the bulk of the work for the set of 50, which in this case will be box jump overs at 24 inches, they should actually be doing the back half of the bulk work so that athlete 2 will be able to rest before the second portion.
Just saw the pair of Sydney Mikulishin and Tori Dyson for P10 Performance. And it's Laura Horvath and Jamie Simmons who are out first for Team BPN. Your overall leaders by 20 points coming into this event. Second place team, the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien on the left.
What I'm curious to see is who they choose to go where and how do they choose to utilize them.
Horvath and Simmons got through 50 reps and took a break. The daughters featuring Mal O'Brien, they are approaching the 50 rep mark and they'll have 10 to go here soon. And the GoWad girls, they are also on the lead pace along with AKA Humble Killers. So 5 reps remaining now.
Okay, so what's the game
Horvath
plan? What's the game plan coming off this? Putting athlete 1 out there immediately, because athlete 2 has to do double duty. Put the first athlete out there, get a decent box jump chunk right off the bat, allow athlete 2 to take a break. Maybe bring athlete 2 in after that for a small set, and then finish the rest of the work with athlete 1 because they are going to get a break after this couplet.
50 box jump overs, you can split them up however you want. Katrin Davidsdottir out first, paired with Mal O'Brien. Gabby McGowan will be athlete 3.
So athlete 3 will be coming in after this couplet. After the box jumps, the next couplet is going to be a 60-meter synchronized single dumbbell overhead walking lunge with 50 pounds for the ladies, followed by 50 dumbbell bench press. So now we're really getting to the shoulders in this second couplet.
Team BPN through 33 now of their 50 box jumps. The AKA Humble Killers, they're fighting with the GoWad girls and the All-American girls for second place.
Now Laura
AKA
Horvath,
Humble Killers there in the red and green.
Laura Horvath in the second middle. She's in the maroon. She took the huge back half. So I can only assume she's athlete number 1. And yes, it is. So she sees she got the bulk work done. She did a huge chunk. She went super fast. Gave Jamie Simmons on the right a chance of rest so that Gabby McGowan can come in as athlete 2. So this is now athlete 2 and 3. So we have established that Jamie Simmons is now athlete 2.
60-meter synchro single arm dumbbell overhead walking lunge. The dumbbell can be held in any arm. Standings, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Team BPN with a 20-point lead over the daughters. The All-American girls, 53 points out of first place. And the AKA Humble Killers are only 8 points out of a spot on the podium. And they are in the background in the red and the green. Alex Gazan and Carrie Pierce here pairing up. And it's the daughters, Katrin Davidsdottir and Annie Thorisdottir, on the overhead walking lunges for the daughters featuring MOB. Switching arms and getting back to work.
Okay, so Katrin Davidsdottir, athlete 2, Annie Thorisdottir being athlete 3.
They have to complete 3 laps. 6 total lengths.
Hey, so Jamie Simmons in the white, Gabby McGowan in the blue top. Simmons being athlete 2, so she's already been on the floor for the first portion of this. Now she got a big break because Laura Horvath took the bulk of those box jump overs. They both had to do the 60 toes to bar. So Simmons core, because it's going to be a little bit more tax than McGowan, who is resting during the toes to bar. The couplet second portion is going to be 50 dumbbell bench press at 50 pounds.
Top 3 teams on the screen. It's Team BPN on the left. The daughters, Annie Thorsdottir and Catherine Davidsdottir, gaining ground on Simmons and McGowan. And then in third place, it's Alex Gazan and Carrie Pierce for AKA Humble Killers. And now we get to the dumbbell bench press.
It's going to be a unique landscape to navigate because, one, bench press really isn't a common movement some of these athletes have done, I would say, at a high intensity. It can be an accessory work, it can be trained. We've seen it in competition before at the regional level, back in regional Linda, but that was with a barbell. Dumbbells, whole different beast. Things are moving around, they're unstable, right? You have to be balanced not only in your strength, but unilaterally between the right and left arm. And then how you break this up is going to be huge because just like most fatigue movements, when dumbbell bench press gets to that red line, there's really not a lot of time to rest and recover. So you got to be very quick with your transitions and not dip too far into the tank that you can't recover from.
Upper right-hand part of your screen, AKA Humble Killers, Carrie Pierce and Alice Gazan have moved themselves into the lead here by about 5 reps over the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. And now a no rep for Gabby McGowan on the left side.
Well, Alex Gazan, oddly enough, we say they don't bench too much. She actually has one of the strongest bench press maxes in the field ever when it comes to CrossFit. And not to mention Carrie Pierce, she's pretty good at the old pressing movement as well. One of the best athletes in any type of handstand walk, handstand push-up press. And Carrie Pierce, feather in her cap, lean on her background. She used to be the old bodybuilder days after gymnastics from the collegiate. So these are 2 athletes tailor-made for this couplet.
And here comes Ariel Lowen to pair up with Alex Gazan now on the synchronized wall balls. 60 reps they need to complete here. So AKA Humble Killers are in the lead, but they got off to a problematic start. Got hit with a couple no reps right off the bat, but now they are moving smoothly.
Single wall ball shots, I would say, is probably one of the hardest ones to stay synchronized with because you have the weight leaving your body. You're at the mercy of gravity. You're at the mercy of the way the ball hits the target. Look at Annie Thorsdottir on the left side in the red. She spun the ball. It shot off the top, and you can't control that ball once you let it go in the air.
Mal O'Brien and Annie Thorsdottir no rep. They're getting a little out of sync here. And now they get back to work. The AKA Humble Killers are through 18 reps and counting. Team BPN is starting to fall off the lead pace. So now Laura Horvath and Gabby McGowan are getting to work. The girls and the All-American girls are also onto the wall balls. Team BPN, your overall leaders on the far left-hand part of your screen, now back in 5th place.
Little panic move. Laura Horvath, Gabby McGowan on the left. Couple of no reps. We've seen no team in these top 3 have a clean run so far. And something to remember, this is a 20-pound med ball to a 10-foot target. This is not something that is, I would say, the norm for a lot of athletes, which I think really should be. That 10-foot line is something a lot of athletes need to be practicing with. If you're an elite level individual athlete when it comes to CrossFit in the CrossFit Games, you need to be training with a heavy pound ball, 30, 20. You need to be going to a 10-foot target. These are things that you have to start adding into your training program because we're starting to see it pop up more and more in live competition.
In lane 3, that's where the girls are working in the blue pants. And they are starting to creep up here. They currently sit in 2nd place in this event. The All-American girls, they're moving up as well. Brooke Wells and Amanda Barnhart. Team BPN, Laura Horvath and Gabby McGowan, meanwhile, have made up that deficit, and they have put themselves in a fight for the top spot. The AKA Humble Killers They were the first to the wall balls, and they will be the first off. Ariel Lowen and Alex Gazan. Now 50 feet, or 50 meters, pardon me, on the handstand walk. They'll complete one lap. And then it will be one final length. So once Ariel Lowen is done with this lap, Alex Gazan will start.
I love that they put Lowen first. I mean, not even a second of hesitation coming off the heavy wall ball shots because of how good she is on her hands.
So Alex Gazan will go down and back.
Now again, Sean, these lengths also have to be unbroken, so there's a huge speed element as one of this, but you don't want to move too fast because you could risk coming down.
Now Ariel Lowen will just do one length, and then Alex Gazan will do one length, and they will be done.
Gazan hesitated for a second. I think she thought it was another down and back for Ariel Lowen.
So AKA Humble Killers looking to take the first part of this event, and they are across. A Team BPN, Gabby McGowa finishing up, and they will earn 84 points. And Mal O'Brien is in. And here comes Annie Thorisdottir. And Annie Thorisdottir is done.
All right, point system, we said earlier, 16. 16 points between your top 3 places, 12 points for the next 3 after that. Daughters were 20 points out of that first place position.
They're going to take third place in this event. So they will be unofficially 36 points back of BPN going into the final portion of this event. BPN taking second behind the All-American girls. And now the girls have finished as well. P10 performance on the right side of your screen. Andrea Nisler on the handstand walk. Sol Sigurdottir on the left. For the Go Walk girls. Andrea Nisler trying to direct some traffic there. The Go Walk girls are in. They will take 6th place. And that'll be good for 32 points. P10 performance, Sydney Mikulishin finishing up. Andrea Nisler making her final trip up and back. A P10 performance just finishing up, 13:25.73 seconds. 15-minute time cap, so less than 90 seconds ago, we saw 3 teams out on the floor: Invictus, Misfits with Lady Bits, and Queens of the North.
So with All-American girls getting second in that event, it brings them closer to Daughters. They're about 53 points out. Daughters getting third. Sorry, Daughters getting fourth. BPN getting third. Or that second and third split. So now everyone is based about 30-something points spread going into the final event based off these one-place differential finishing places in this part.
But if you win the event and the people you're chasing finish 2 back, you can make that up in a second. That 30-point deficit is gone. Rain Total Body Fuel replay here as the All-American girls bring home the event win.
BPN early off the rig on the 60 toes to bar, but it was the Daughters with Katrin and Annie who made up ground on the lunges on the back middle portion of the start of this event, but you put, I mean, talk about setting yourself up for success. Putting Gazan and Pierce on the dumbbell bench press was the big deciding factor, and the prowess they have upside down on their hands got them that much-needed event win in Part A.
And now we move to Part B of Kitchen Sink, the 6th and final event. It's just a 6-minute time cap here.
33 synchro dumbbell snatches at 50 pounds. Each athlete will take a turn on the bike 15 cals per, so they're not doing that together. That's a relay style. And then we come back to synchro lateral burpees with a double jump over the dumbbell.
Send it down to Nikki Brazier at Flagler.
And the synchronicity for those burpees happens at the end of the jump. So in reality, each athlete can burpee and jump at their own pace. They simply cannot start the next rep until all athletes have completed the previous rep together.
3, 2, 1, go.
Part B underway. And we start with the 33 synchro single arm dumbbell snatches. You don't need to alternate if you don't want to. And that's exactly what the daughters featuring MOB are doing, just knocking out some reps with one arm, with the same arm. And that's AKA Humble Killers, who put 100 points in their pockets, and they are looking to finish on the podium here.
And when you're looking at ingredients for success, I'm looking at the second portion of this. We already know the strongest shoulders go last. This team clearly showed why they put those last two athletes in that position. Stick together or risk falling apart. That goes for the synchronization, and that goes for yourself as a team, because once we get to that bike, you guys are gonna have to stay together emotionally, stay together, being in each other's corner as we get towards the end part of this event.
Team BPN remains unofficially in first place after that last event. The AKA Humble Killers on the far right side of your screen, you can see Carrie Pierce in the upper right-hand part. They look like they've moved into second place now, ahead of the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. But it is a razor-thin margin between the two of them. Well, Alex Gazan and Annie Thorisdottir are going to be first up on the bike. Now they have to complete those calories, and then they will run, tag the next teammate, and then she will start working on her calories. All the athletes need to complete the 15 calories on the bike.
BPN putting Laurel Horvath on the bike first. Same with Annie Thorisdottir for the daughters, and they are cranking on him, because even under fatigue, putting your best athlete on the machine under fatigue early, you can gain a lot of ground on some teams that might put their second best.
Catherine Davis-Daughter tagging in for Annie Thorisdottir. They are in the lead here. Humble Killers right behind them.
Daughters.
BPN in third.
They have to win this portion, and then just let the chips fall where they may. There is no other choice than getting the win. Because of this point system, there is still an easy chance for them to still make the top of that podium.
The All-American girls are also in contention for a spot on the podium. Unofficially fourth place now after Part A. Now here comes Mal O'Brien for her 15 calories. Gabby McGowan on the left for Team BPN, and it's Ariel Lowen tagging in Carrie Pierce.
Mal just cranking on the bike and putting someone like Mal O'Brien at the end. She has the capacity and the fitness level to crank on this bike and still have enough in the tank to just go right to the burpees to end this event.
Mal O'Brien is done, so the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien will be the first to get onto their synchronized burpees, and they have to remain staggered like this. Up, over, and back is one rep, so they will end where they start each time.
So you said we have that double jump. I think Thorisdottir needs to be pretty careful deciding on what the rules are, because that's not a jump. That is just a step over the dumbbell. So I got to double check what the pure standards are. It tends to.
Well, both her feet are off the ground at the same time if you watch, and if that's the standard, then She's riding the line. Daughters are in the lead now through 15 of their 33 reps. Team BPN sits in second. The AKA Humble Killers in third. They are on the right side, but they have a very good pace going here, and they're starting to chip away at BPN's lead for second. And now they have surpassed them. Daughters still in the lead, though. AKA Humble Killers, Alex Gazan, Ariel Lowen, and then Carrie Pierce.
I mean, Humble Killers is making a bit of a push here at the end.
Annie Thor's daughter, Mal O'Brien, and Catherine David's daughter looking to lock up a second place overall finish here if they can get in ahead of AKA Humble Killers, and it looks like they're going to do just that. And they are done, and they will win Part B. That's 100 points for them. Now 84, the next best score available. And the AKA Humble Killers, they are across. They will take second place, 84 points for them.
Okay, 32 points, potentially gaining on BPN, who had lost that.
Well, BPN's got to be careful here.
They have to get ahead of them.
And
they
now
have
the
to get ahead of them,
All-American
both of
girls,
them.
that's going to be close. We'll have to wait for the official time. And it looks like the All-American girls get ahead of BPN by a second. That may have cost BPN the top spot. I don't know if they did enough, but it is going to be close.
Well, the question is, we going off athlete 1, we going off athlete 3, all 3 athletes across the line. Little details that have a massive implication on who is going to win the team competition here at Wodapalooza.
Well, BPN came across in 4th place. That's going to be good for 56 points. The daughters get 100. They will pick up 44 on BPN. There's a lot of frantic math being done right now trying to figure this thing out. As we take a look at our Rain Total Body Fuel replay, and this is how close the finish was between the All-American girls and BPN.
Now look at Brooke Wells. She crosses the line first while 2 athletes are doing burpees, but look at Jamie Simmons. She's athlete 3, and she is ahead of athlete 3 for the All-American girls. So the question is, what is the timing? Because it's not just athlete 1, is it the whole team? Is it athlete 3 only? This is a question that came up. And so this is the important part, because we don't have chip timing. Back it up. Yep. Okay, we're gonna back it up. I wanna see it right from the beginning. Back. First person departing. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, watch Brooke Wells in the center lane. Pause it right here. Brooke Wells, green pants, she's in the center lane. BPM is going down for their last burpee. So as you start things off, Brooke Wells is gonna run forward. Brooke Wells jumps over the side. 2 other athletes are doing a burpee. BPN's finishing now. Brooke Wells crosses the finish line. She's athlete 1. Laura Horvath is next. She crosses. Amanda Barnhart's athlete 2. Jamie Simmons right there is athlete 3. And O'Connell is athlete 3. Now, even if O'Connell is last, Gabby Magawa is also crossing. Slow, slow, slow. Magawa's foot is ahead of O'Connell's foot. So BPN had all 3 athletes ahead of the entire team of All-American girls. The question is, what's the rule?
Oh man, there's a lot of smart people working on this. Abacuses, calculus. Who do you guys think won? Who? What do you think? Yeah. Everybody gets a little shy. What do you guys think over here? Who won it? Someone said BPN? Okay. Who you rooting for? Man, there's like headsets and cell phones going off. I'm just staying out of the way. What a great weekend. While they're doing something important, I just want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you guys for showing up. And we're still working on it, but we're just going to bring the men out, so it looks like we're still working on it. Ooh, it got quiet. You guys ready to see some fellas? Jeez, ladies, don't act so thirsty. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. We're gonna bring our fellas out. Heading down to lane number 19, Invictus Tiny Dancers. In lane number 1, the boys. In lane number 17, 3 Wizards. In lane number 3.
While we wait for the official results, we do know unofficially that the daughters won that event. So let's send it down to the competition floor. Nikki Brazier is with Annie Thor's daughter, Catherine Davis' daughter, and Mal O'Brien.
All right, we are waiting for the official tallies to come in, but before we find out who made to the podium, I would love to hear your thoughts on this last event. I mean, we've been through so much, but the synchronicity and the communication of that last event was just pure for you guys. How were you able to do that?
It was, I think, no matter how the first part of the first event would have gone, we could have won that part. I'm gonna say that. Okay. But after that, it's like, hell no. This is the time where we just fucking go. I'm sorry, I'm swaying. And I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go as hard as I can on that bike. I'm gonna hold to recover for those burpees, and I'm gonna give them anything I have on those burpees. Like, the dumbbell snatch was so easy, so you were just ready to hammer. That was one of the more fun events.
We gotta move, the guys are about to go. Congratulations on that last heat, ladies. Thank you so much.
Well, the men are about to go here at kitchen sink as we will just continue to figure out who won this thing. But that 1 second, that one spot is gonna make a huge difference in deciding who winds up on the podium. But now let's figure out who's gonna wind up on top of the men's podium. As they are on the floor for their 6th and final event. 200 points up for grabs here, and here are the standings coming in. Canadian PB&J, the only team above 500 points. They are comfortably in first place. Team GoWad, they will sit in second right now, followed by the boys, and then King, BK, and friends just 7 points back of a spot on the podium.
Part A of the finale kitchen sink, 3 athlete pairs, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3. Synchro work in the first 60 reps, 60 toes to bar, synchro lunges and wall ball shots, and then you can share the work on the 50s.
And there are your overall leaders. Canadian PB&J, Pat Vellner, Brent Fikowski, and Jeffrey Adler. They will be in lane number 9. And it's pretty impressive because they have 2 guys who went through the individual competition in Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski. Roman Krenikoff and Nick Matthew, they're still out there. Ricky Garrard is still out there, and Phil Muscarella is still out there as well. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Just come out here and have fun with the teams. But I'll tell you what, at the buzzer, 3, 2, 1, go, that privilege seems to stop. The competition is fierce.
I say it again.
Roman Krenikoff, Jay Crouch, and Willie George. And there are the Invictus Tiny Dancers who got themselves into the top 10, courtesy of that event win at Tina Hills in 3, 2, 1 liftoff.
stand by.
The final event, back-to-back event is underway. 60 synchro toes to bar to get us kicked off in part A of Kitchen Sink. It's Pat Vellner and Jeffrey Adler for Canadian PB&J.
They currently have a 57-point lead over the second place team, which is going to be Go Wad. With the Go Wad team, the only way they're going to be able to take them down is to get some wins. Not just one, they're going to need two. While that happens, they needed some help. 16-point spread between first, third, and second. If they can get a first and someone sneak in and push PB&J to a third, they're going to pick up 32 points. That is 64, which would get them a 7-point win overall. And that's really the only scenario that you have in the bag other than them getting lower. The problem is you're going to get your most points in the top three. If they get below the top three, you're going to need more people in between. So if you can get first, third, you have a shot to win this entire competition.
Jay Crouch and Willie George on the toes to bar for Go Wad.
You look at other teams, the boys, King BK and friends, Team Pancheck. Their job right now is to try to play spoiler for Team Go Wad. Team Go Wad in lanes 11 and 12. PB&J in the center lanes, red and black. That's Adler and Vellner. Noah Olson and Mayer is really going to be Go Wad's best friend to try to give an opportunity to give PB&J a run for their money, but it doesn't. When it's all said and done, Sean, when you got destiny in your hands, you might as well take it, and that's what PB&J are trying to do. They get themselves a win. That's going to seal it up pretty tight for even with a Part B looming.
Well, the good dudes, they are onto the box jumps at the bottom part of your screen. Vellner and Adler were the first to this part. And then Travis Mayer, who is wearing the same outfit as Canadian PB&J. I don't know if he's trying to get traded to that team, but he and Noah Olson are on their box jump overs.
30 inches on the box. Athlete 1 and 2 are competing right now. Athlete 2 and 3 will be coming up. So Athlete 1 should be taking the bulk of this work towards the end to give Athlete 2 a break, so that Athlete 2 can get a little bit of a breather to tackle the second couplet, which is going to be single arm dumbbell walking lunges, followed by 50 dumbbell bench press with 80-pound dumbbells.
That's Tudor Magda for Team Panchik. He and Jacob Hefner were working through their 50 box jumps. They are right now in a battle with Team Go Wad for third place.
So I think Patrick Vellner should be Athlete 1, because you don't want to take a bench press from Jeff Adler and Brent Fikowski. Not with those long digits for old Patty V. Save Pat Vellner for what? What's in the last triplet? A handstand walk and heavy wall ball shots. That's a guy that can handle some shoulder stamina when it comes to the handstand walk at the end. So you have Adler and Fikowski. Adler is Athlete 2. So Adler's already done the toes to bar and the box jump overs. So Adler, this is his last leg until he gets a break. So seeing the lunge is going to be one thing, but he's probably should be pulling most of the duty on the dumbbell bench press coming up after this overhead lunge.
So 3 total laps here on the synchronized overhead lunge. Brent Fikowski and Jeffrey Adler out there for Canadian PB&J. Well, keep an eye on the top of your screen, and the 3 wizards, they could have a little bit of a spoiler role here as well and help one of these teams out that is trying to chase down Canadian PB&J. Phil Muscarella and on the right, and CJ are out there for the 3 wizards. Dennis Samsonoff, the 3rd member of that team. CJ Gerald pairing up with Phil Muscarella here.
60 meters, single arm dumbbell overhead lunge, 80 pounds.
Canadian PB&J have One more lap remaining here.
You can see what Fikowski and Adler have been doing is every length they do, they'll set the dumbbell down and switch arms. Just allowing that other arm to recover just a little bit. And we have those 50 dumbbell bench press looming.
One more look at the overall standings as far as the top 5 are concerned. The Team GoWa's got to make up a 57-point deficit over 2 events. And right now it's Canadian PB&J out front looking to widen that lead. The boys have the final spot on the podium right now, but not by a whole lot. Just 7 points clear.
So Fikowski's going to take the first set here. 80 pounds each hand. I mean, that's a hefty dumbbell bench.
Team GoWad, Willie George working on the bench press for his team. Roman Krennikov is the man he's paired with here. 15-minute time cap.
And Willie George is athlete 2, so Roman's athlete 3, so he'll be taking the second back-to-back portion of the couplet. Brett Fikowski on the left did 7 reps. Looks like Adler did 8.
They're through 15 of the 50. Now GoWad is creeping up. And the good dudes as well. Willie George on the right, Fikowski on the left.
You look at a movement like bench press, and it's just one of those weird movements where you're kind of good at it or you're not. It just depends on that skill set that you have.
James Sprague and Jason Hopper have put the good dudes in the top 3 right now.
Thinking about Jason Hopper, a dude that's done plenty of bench press in his day with that collegiate football background. I mean, that is really the measuring contest you use in that type of sport.
He was a walk-on at Clemson. And the good dudes are now in front. Canadian PB&J, though, sticking with them. The boys starting to make a move here as well. Chandler Smith, he's in the upper right-hand corner on the box on the left-hand part of your screen. Just got done with his set and sat up. And here comes Noah Olson. Jacob Hebner is on the bench for Team Panchik right now in 5th place.
Look at Adler. He just had a few reps left to go.
Here's James Sprague to put the finishing touches on the set for the good dudes. And they will tag in Dallin Pepper. And the boys also on the synchro wall balls. So Canadian PB&J have now fallen back into 3rd place. It's Travis Mayer and Chandler Smith on the wall for the boys. And the good dudes, Dallin Pepper and Jason Hopper. It's going to be Vellner and Fikowski here. And Roman Krennikov and Jay Crouch on the right side of your screen for GoWad.
50 wall ball shots, 30 pounds. Sorry, 60, 30 pounds, 10-foot target. And you look at the athletes that have been saved for the end. Pepper and Hopper, big, strong athletes, can handle that weight well for 60 reps. Fikowski and Vellner, same thing. Mayer and Smith. Roman and Crouch.
Here's the point scale, and this is why you can make up such a big deficit in a hurry. 16 points between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. 12 points between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And then 8 points between 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then 4 points between 9th and 10th. Matt DeLugos and Tim Paulson for Zeus and the Dogs.
Speaking of big athletes anchoring the team for the wall ball shots. So Vellner, athlete 1, he's been resting while Fikowski and Adler are finishing that second part. Fikowski getting a little fatigued.
Well, the good dudes are done. Dallin Pepper will be out first. He will complete 1 lap down and back. Then Hopper will complete 1 lap down and back. And then it'll be 1 final length for Pepper, 1 final length for Hopper.
And each length of the lap must be done unbroken.
The good dudes came in 7th place overall with 387 total points. And depending on what happens behind them, they could find themselves within striking distance of a spot inside the top 3. Now, Vellner and Fikowski are done. Mayer is out. Closest to the screen in the red and black for the boys. These are your leaders, the good dudes.
And all in all, this is still fine for PB&J. Still fine because their biggest threat, barring, say, a 10th place finish, is GoWad, of which they are ahead of.
Well, Pat Vellner got called back because he's got to start completely behind the line. And this will complete his lap. And Jason Hopper is in, and the good dudes are going to win the event. 11:03.23 seconds. 100 points for them. Now Brent Fikowski getting set to complete his lap.
Wow,
Travis Mayer.
Tudor Magna has entered the floor.
Tudor Magna just ran across the floor. And now here comes Spencer Panchik to lock up a 2nd place finish
Wow.
for Team Panchik, and they were right there with the boys. And we will have to wait and see how that one shakes out, but the good dudes are going to win the event. Team Panchik gets in at 11:34.29. Now here comes Canadian PB&J.
But after GoWad, they ran him down at the end. Not a lot of points lost, but some.
Canadian PB&J in at 11:52.18. The GoWad score right now is listed as 11:57.68 seconds for a 5th place finish.
44 points for 5th place. And if PB&J got 6th, 34, so a 12-point difference. And if that stands, then that deficit is dropped to 45 points because it was 57 points coming in. So if they lost 12, now it's 45. Let's go back to the math table. 16 points difference between your top 3 spots. 16, 32, 48. So now instead of a 1st and 3rd, you can lose the top 4 spot now.
Well, this is all unofficial, but as Chase mentioned, Canadian PB&J looks to have a 45-point lead going into this final event. The boys look to stay in 3rd, and it looks like they have.
So right off the bat, we're trying to think of a scenario for GoWad on the right to try to track down PB&J. They were first off the toes to bar, lost a lot of ground on the bench press. It allowed a bunch of other teams to catch them. And then the good dudes passed everyone on the wall ball shots. And then once they got to the handstand walk, they were well ahead of most of the field at this point. So they get an event win. And we were saying that PB&J is still in a good spot because they're ahead of the one team trying to chase them. And then at the very end, Roman Karenikov got past Brent Fikowski and stole 12 points from him.
That's your Reign Total Body Fuel replay. As we take a look at Part B here, and this one's an all-out sprint.
33 synchro dumbbell snatches with a single arm. You do not have to switch arms. You can stay on the same arm the entire time. And then we go to a 22 cal Echo Bike relay, one athlete at a time, finishing with 33 lateral burpees over the dumbbell with a 2 jump each time.
Unofficially, it's going to be Canadian PB&J hanging on to the lead. We knew that by 45 points unofficially over GoWad. Now the boys are clinging to the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Team Panchik has moved up just 2 points back unofficially. And because of their event win, the Good Dudes are in contention as well.
So the scenario, PB&J is still in first place. That 57-point lead is now down to 45. If you look at the best case scenario for GoWad, that's a first place finish, and PB&J will have to get a third place finish. If that's the case, I'm sorry, a fourth place finish. They need 46 points to get the win for the weekend. So you're going to get 16-16 for 32 for first through third. In fact, they might need a fifth place position just to break the tie because the points now drop from 16 to 12. So there's a lot on the line. It is still open for everyone. And like you said, Good Dudes still have a shot.
The battle right now is for third place. That's the closest battle between the boys, Team Panchik, and Good Dudes. So we will keep an eye on them here as we start Part B. .33 synchro single-arm dumbbell snatches. The boys on the right, they are occupying unofficially the third and final spot on the podium. Next to them is Team Panchik. They are only 2 points back for third. And then on the far left of the screen, that's the Good Dudes. They have unofficially 487 points, so only 17 points back.
But you look at Good Dudes, they're also damn good on the Echo bike. These are 3 pipe-hitting monostructural machine tapping athletes between Pepper, Hopper, and Sprague. It's going to be really hard to beat them on the bike. Now the race for first is between these two teams. You have PB&J on the left. They just lost 12 points to GoWad. Now GoWad's only chance is to win this event. The problem is with the all teams you just listed, Sean, anything is up in the air. PB&J has to make sure they do not have a big mistake here.
Well, Brent Fikowski and Travis Mayer onto the bike for PB&J and the boys. And now it's going to be James Sprague up first for Good Dudes. Jacob Hepner heads the bike for Team Panchik. They are in lane 5 and 6. Each team occupying 2 lanes here.
Travis Mayer in lane 7 in the red. He's your first athlete on the bike. 22 cals on the Echo bike. Like you said, to his left in lane 5, Jacob Hepner. Sprague all the way in 3. Fikowski, lane number 9, no shirt. He was first to the bike. Willie George, 2 spots over, is the team chasing him down in second place, 45 points back. But keep an eye, I want to see when Jason Hopper gets to the rig, gets to the bike. Okay, so they're sending out Dallin Pepper. Sprague caught Fikowski. Oh, and he might have left a cal there on the bike.
And now there's the transition. Here comes Dallin Pepper. It's Vellner, Olsen, and Jacob Hepner now just finishing up. Meanwhile, GoWad is going to send Jay Crouch to the bike. All 3 athletes have to complete these calories. They all have to complete 22 on the bike. And now Vellner's done, and he'll tag in Jeffrey Adler.
So Adler's getting to the bike. Top left corner of your screen is the time. Olsen's off. Now here comes Hopper.
And Chandler Smith is there as well in the middle.
But PB&J got to the bike first for their last person. Now we still have 33 synchro burpees to go. Crouch is off, so I don't think GoWad has an opportunity here to make up some time. But
here comes Roman, and that's the guy you want running the anchor leg here on a bike. Roman is in the top right corner, gray shirt, as Jeffrey Adler is getting set to finish up. His judge's hand is in the air now. Judge's hand in the air for Chandler Smith. Roman Krennikov continuing to crank away. 22 total calories. After this, it's the 33 synchro lateral burpees. Adler's done, and Canadian PB&J gets to work ahead of the boys as here comes Chandler Smith. Now remember, they have to jump over and back for the rep to count.
So Roman pulled the team all the way back in a tie for third with the far left corner of your screen with the Good Dudes. Now it's just a matter, can PB&J hold everybody off here at the end?
They can afford to surrender some points, not a ton though. Coming in unofficially with a 45-point lead.
Go Wad right above PB&J. So PB&J is the center lane. Red shirt, Fikowski's no shirt. On the right side, you have Go Wad. Now they are creeping up on PB&J. PB&J was first. That's the lead that they have, but their pace is not as quick as Go Wad. And then keep your eyes on the boys making a push here too.
The boys now in first place by about half a rep. The defending champions trying to hang on to that third and final spot on the podium. Team Panchik and the good dudes at the bottom of your screen. James Sprague, Jason Hopper, and Dallin Pepper. They are also in contention for that third and final spot.
And now we have a huge, look at the top of your screen, a huge tie just flipped. PB&J was in second, but everyone's within one rep of each other.
But the boys trying to close things out here. 6 reps to go for them. Go Wad sits in second. Judge's hand in the air for the boys. Good dudes right now in third. Canadian PB&J, they are falling back. But if the boys get in first, they will more or less guarantee themselves a spot on the podium. It's just a matter of where now. Olsen got called back.
Olsen, oh my goodness.
And it's Go Wad that's going to get across. Here comes PB&J and then the boys.
But PB&J, even with that mistake from Noah Olsen, PB&J did exactly what they needed to do and not fall outside of the top 4 in this, because they opened the door wide open for Go Wad. And if PB&J wasn't within those 2 reps, look how close these finishes were here at the end. Cool.
Go Wad's going to win the second part of this, 5:41.45 seconds. Canadian PB&J was second at 5:44.59, and the boys were just 0.3 of a second behind because of this.
Noah leaves early. Judge calls him back, and then Go Wad, 2 lanes up, will run across and get first. But PB&J just above them comes across as well, right on the same time as Go Wad. In fact, they might have got second place depending on where we're counting. Again, we still are trying to figure out, is it first, last, all across the finish line. But it looks like PB&J did enough to keep that top position.
It also looks like the top 3 teams in the second part will be the 3 teams that stand on the podium. And as you said, Chase, Canadian PB&J came in with a pretty comfortable lead. By our count, 45 points. That's unofficial, but they did enough, it looks like, to hang on to that. Go Wad, because they got in ahead of the boys, they're not going to surrender any points to them, so they look to stay in second with the boys in third.
Now here's what I'll say to all of you young, excited folks watching the broadcast right now is let them take the time to get this right. Let the head people at Wodapalooza take the time to get this right. That goes for the men, and that especially goes for the women, because we still do not know how those final sprints shook out. More so, and more importantly, on the women's side.
The men's picture looks to be a little more clear, and they are getting ready to make the official announcement down on the competition floor. We'll send you down there when they are ready. And here we go.
All right. DJ, go ahead and bring that music down for me. It was too close to call before our men started to announce our women. Okay, our women's elite team division. While we tally the men, we have a tie in points. So, it goes to the tiebreakers. Waiting on final word on those tiebreakers. But we have a tie for first place on points alone. Who do you guys think? Waiting for that final tally on the tiebreakers. Okay. The scores were tied for first place, but your 2023 TYR Wodapalooza Elite Female Division Champion teams, Team BPN. We're working on the men's. Okay, looks like we got our final results for our men. Just getting an okay. Make sure everything's figured out. Your winner of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza Men's Division Elite Teams, Canadian PB&J. So give it up for the Canadian boys, for the guys, Team BPN for the ladies. Come on, big round of applause for all your competitors here this weekend.
Congratulations, you guys. What a weekend. I know the theme for you guys all weekend has been, I was going to say having fun, but that grimace didn't really look very fun. But I know that that's been on your mind. What was it like for you now that you're on the team?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I haven't competed at Wodapalooza since I think 2017. Come here a few times to watch and competing alongside longtime friend Pat and more recent friend Jeff. It's just, I don't know, it's amazing. I'm happy to be here.
Jeff, you were the only one going into this fresh. These guys did the elite individual competition, so how much slack did you have to pick up?
So honestly, hats off to these two boys, because doing those 4 days is brutal, and they didn't shy away from intensity, and I'm thankful to be on their team, and hopefully maybe next time we'll be a bit more fresh.
Yeah. And Pat, you have stood on the podium here at Wodapalooza before, but this team is very special, and this environment is very special for a three-person team. So what was this experience like for you?
This is fun. I've done a team of 3, 2017. So it's cool, and it's cool to do it against people or with people that you compete against very regularly, right? It's a different vibe, and I've kind of joked about it throughout the weekend. I hold a lot of contempt for these guys for a lot of the season and a lot of the things they're good at. And today, like people who saw in Tina Hills, I got to just go for a ride and enjoy them for the things that they're good at, right? So Jeff's being quite modest. I think he did a lot to put us on his back this weekend in a few cases, and we did our best to keep up. But it's super fun. It's a special thing to be able to come here and have some fun outside of the regular season. You know, we have some fun when we're doing this, but to be honest, as soon as it's go, everybody's kind of all business, and I think any of the other athletes here would tell you the same. It's great in the back, it's great hanging out, but as soon as it's go, we get the same nerves and the same intensity as we normally would competing against one another. So it's a lot of fun. It's an interesting atmosphere, but we've enjoyed it a lot.
Well, congratulations to your TYR Wodapalooza winners. Great job, guys.
The Canadian PB&J and BPN are your team champions. Let's go back. The Rain Total Body Fuel replay. This is the finish that made the difference.
And okay, so look, pause here. Brooke Wells finishes, Laura Horvath finishes. The rule is, if we can back it up a couple frames, the rule is the last athlete, the athlete in back, which if you look above is Jamie Simmons and Chrissy O'Connell. So they're done. The last athlete stops the clock. So we'll go forward. Brooke Wells in the front will finish. Doesn't matter. Laura Horvath is next, a finish. Amanda Barnhart next, doesn't matter. Jamie Simmons runs around and she crosses the finish line right before Chrissy O'Connell in that half a second heads up play from Jamie Simmons was the difference maker because that got them tied in points in the tiebreaker because of their finishing places, got them the win.
1 second makes the difference in this Team BPN taking the championship. It's been a fun 4 days here in Miami. Ricky Garrard is your elite male individual champion in his first appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. And Paige Powers on the women's side is your champion with an incredibly consistent performance over her 2 days of competition. For the teams, Team BPN, Jamie Simmons, Gabby McGowan, and Laura Horvath, and then PB&J, Brent Fikowski, Jeff Adler, and Pat Velder. Thanks so much for joining us here, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland for Nikki Brazier and Chase Sickerman, the whole crew. We'll see you next time at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza.